Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend the bullies, insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
National economic policy.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Good morning, good morning, good morning to you. You've tuned into the breakfast show right here on BusinessDay Television. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning. It's a blue-red Wednesday. And of course, as usual, we have enough packed up to keep you going to start your day. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Deborah Eze. Of course, I'm not going to be doing this alone. I'm right here in the studio with
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine. Yeah, because you didn't get the memo.
They say emails come.
Oh, that's blue. You actually have like blue inside.
Well, it's faded blue. We say
it doesn't matter.
Most of us can't buy premium t-shirts any longer, thanks to the economy. So we buy second-hand shirts.
You?
Well,
you that drive a Benz?
Okay.
How is that? It means your lifestyle is not aligning.
I mean, let's be honest.
Uh-huh.
The economy says, cut your coat up to your size.
That's not by driving a Benz.
Well, it's called legged Benz. Leg. You leg.
Okay.
So you walk with it.
Okay, I can see who you are. I've been trying to give you the benefit of doubt. Well, I can see your true color anyways. Anyways, how did you sleep well?
They say if you really did sleep well, which means you didn't plan for the next day. So I slept.
But did you sleep well?
Yes, I did.
Not today.
Yes, not today.
Anyways, a lot has happened, starting from Monday up to this moment, and I'm sure, or I'm not sure if it has been talked about, but one of the things that actually caught my eyes, which actually had a build up over from Monday through yesterday, was Governor Adeleke. First of all, the events, I think it was a chieftaincy title for Remi Tinubu that happened in Osun State.
That's a new female monarch.
Yes, and then, let's not even talk about the title. I think we should talk about, what really happened. I want to get your perspective about that, because I'll call it an incident. Right. That's what I'm going to call it. When you interrupt me unprovokedly, I'll call it an incident. So, what do you think about Remi Tinubu having to come up to the podium to meet the governor, and that's Governor Adeleke? Right. What do you think about that? Do you think it was rude, or do you think Governor Adeleke just does too much and he doesn't know when to stop dancing and singing and jubilating?
Well, let's be honest. First and foremost, you give the man the platform. You already know who the man is.
Right.
He is Governor Adeleke that everyone knows. You don't expect him to be a governor somewhere else. He is who he is, right? They should have expected him to come in a grand style, either dance his way in or sing his way in. So give him that benefit of the doubt, right? No need to create an international spectacle. Now the whole world is pointing finger at her, saying she behaved badly. And for the first lady, who we all see, right, as mother of Nigeria, because the first lady, right?
She didn't behave motherly.
I mean, again, in fact, most women are actually, hammering her, saying, why would he behave like that? It's a grown man, right, who also has, a beautiful wife also, respectable fellow. He's also a governor. Make no mistake, Governor Adeleke is he was elected to office. My question now was
well, I start with the fact that it's. I don't know what you're saying, but I started with the fact that it was a build-up. Right. So yesterday we received the news that Governor Adeleke has finally joined a different party, and he received different bash from social media with the Accord Party with the flyer that was made. Before we go into the flyer that was made for the Accord Party, do you think the First Lady already had a knack of the fact that he's moving, he's joining like a different party? Because I see PDP and APC as the same thing, as one, because they are literally like doing the same thing. It's just different names. Symbols. And different symbols. So do you think that is actually like the build-up of things?
So build-up, it's good that we use the word build-up, because when we talk about build-up, I think she probably could have bashed him earlier on before now.
However, it happened like on Monday, and then on Tuesday we are hearing that he has moved to Accord Party, even though and there have been rumors about it before the event. Yeah.
Look, again, so APC and PDP. Some say they're one and the same. But truth be told, I look at it from this angle. She's not really, she didn't think it through, really. Maybe she forgot for a second that cameras were there and it was a live event. And then, I mean, like I said, when we started, I said we now have a female monarch. I thought I was joking. Is this happening? Right? But truth be told, I think she didn't behave modely. I also believe that the reason why she did that thing was either maybe someone else had whispered in her ear, right? I said, no, this is my turn to get back at him. But get back at him for what, really? I've followed Adeleke's career, since he became the governor of, he became the governor till now. And I won't really say he's someone who's badly behaved. Yes, he has a way of enjoying himself to the fullest. Let me tell you,
which is not a crime.
It's not a crime, because you never know maybe what the doctor is telling him. You never know whoever his life coach is and what they're telling him. They say, look, a laughter a day keeps the doctor away.
I thought it was an apple a day.
Well, this one is a laughter now, So and he's someone who comes with load of laughter and like that. So maybe his positivity was just too much for negativity around, because even after the first whisper, he turned and looked at kept on singing his song, and second one, he kept on doing what he was doing.
Okay.
It shows you that when it comes to his enjoyment, nothing cuts it short.
Right.
AKA King of Faji.
King of Faji. Another one that actually caught our attention and also my attention is Governor Similai Fubara moving to the All Progressives Congress Party, and he left the People's Democratic Party. That is something we did not see coming. No one would tell me they saw that coming, because with all the agitation that happened in that state with himself and former governor, now Minister of the FCC, Wike, it's really shocking. When I saw it, I had to make sure I confirmed the story before having to believe that Similai Fubara actually moved to the APC. So my question now is, was everything just for show? I know politics is actually a game of show. I call politics show business. Show business with a little bit of
business, and people's lives are the price to be won.
So I call politics show business. It's like politics in Nigeria, because it's just for people to see that, okay, let's do this, let's do that, so people can see that we are working, not because they really understand what it means to serve the people. So are we going to say all that unrest that happened in Rivers State, where we had to have a call a state of emergency, was all for show?
Well, like you said, the show must go on.
The show must really go on.
Must go on.
Yes.
And so, we saw how Wike, boxed him to one corner. And we also saw how people fought on his behalf.
That's what I'm saying. Are you sure all of that was not just a script play?
So the thing about this whole thing is, like I always say, in politics, no permanent enemy,
no permanent friend.
Only permanent one. Interest. There is no way Baba couldn't have come in to settle the matter without saying, I'm going to settle this matter at the end of the day.
Were you there?
Again, I'm just, just let's put it this way, assumption. So my question now is that, now that he's now potting to a new different, party and about to enjoy a different ambience, who is going to, tell him what to do? They're going to be there. Is he going to come in as first class, second class, or third class? Think about him. Yes, even there's a governor. I don't see, because you have some very big wigs in that
because
party.
Even the lawmaker majority in the River State is more of the PDP. So does all of that change now? And does River State now change from it? Because we all know River State as a PDP state.
Exactly.
So does well, let's see how it unfolds.
There's one thing I think of this.
Yeah.
Having made that decision, I'm sure he could have blocked different ends. Because Rivers State being a core PDP state, they wouldn't find it funny at all.
Right.
So let's just hope that they don't start pushing to impeach him. Because this kind of thing, you have your fellow party people. If they don't follow you.
When has impeachment ever worked in the Nigerian system? Exactly. So let's take a look at the headlines that we have for you this morning. And the first story on the headline, we have CBN revokes 1,435 bureau de change licenses for not meeting recapitalization terms. And we have coup, Senate confirms Tinubu's request to deploy Nigerian troops to Benin Republic. NNPC ENP hits 355,000 barrels per day and records highest daily output since 1989. And finally, ECOWAS declares state of emergency as coups, terrorism surge across West Africa. And that's the headlines that we have for you today. We'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll take a look at what the dailies are saying. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This
Welcome back. This is a newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and joining me in the studio for more insights and analysis this morning is
Monica Valentine.
Mika Valentine. All right, we're going to be starting off with the Business Day newspaper before we move to the Punch and also the Vanguard newspaper. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper this morning reads, foreign investors return to Nigeria stocks after FX reset. Foreign investors return to Nigeria stocks after FX reset. And that story, the writer there reads, inflows top outflows for first time since 2023. And you can get a knack of that story on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And also we have tech firms, multi-million-dollar 2025 oil fuels innovation across sector. And that story is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And Senate confirms Tinubu's request to deploy Nigerian troops to Benin. And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And we have Nigeria risk FDI as 30% CIT beats global average. And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And of course, we have a graph that shows foreign stock investor record positive net flows for first time in 3 years, and it's in billions of naira. And we have the graph January, October 2025 to 2025 up till 2022 up to 2025. Vali, so did you see this coming? I didn't think there was ever going to be a reset anyways, but if there was going to be, I didn't know it was going to be this fast, because after Trump made, the statement about Nigeria being a place of concern, investors started, pulling out, and the stock started dropping. So I thought it was going to be there for like, a long time. This is really good news to see that even after saying that, foreign investors are actually like coming back, and this is like the highest we've had since 2022. So what do you think about it?
I mean, absolutely, it's great to see that we can, in the midst of all what's going on, insecurity, what's going on with hunger issues, what's going on with salaries not being paid, what's going on with strike here, strike there, with everything, we still see foreign investors still queuing up. And of course, our FX level is looking quite great. What does this mean? It means that as much as we don't want to talk about it, we'll talk about it. Nigeria is a big magnet. It means Nigeria is a rich country. It means Nigeria sits on what we call a trajectory that will take us to a greater height. The problem we have is no longer a divine one or maybe a natural one. It is man-made issues. That's what it simply means. Because if you look at it now, foreign investors still want to come in the midst of everything. And we now look back and see how blessed we are. Meaning to say that the world still sees us as a fertile ground for growth. The world sees us as a perfect ground for young entrepreneurs to become great. The world still sees us as not only a country that is blessed with natural resources and rare earth. That's the reason why I believe Donald Trump is saying to come gun blazing at the end of the day. Now they're not negotiating, or put this way, now they're not saying let us partner with Nigerian, military and Nigeria itself to really crush terrorism. Like I always said before, we don't want boots on ground. Let them respect our sovereignty. But for all these international bodies to have interest in Nigeria, whether it's France, China, or the United States, it means that they've seen something that we don't even know we have. Yes, we know we are blessed, but to what extent? Captions like this only makes it, kind of fortifies that whole, perception, which is actually a fact, that even in the midst of all the troubles that we are going through, 200 plus million Nigerians, we can still, see and record great heights with our FX, great reset. At the same time, investors lining up. Means one thing, companies will be given birth to. Means another thing, that jobs will be created. Of course, our GDP will rise. Of course, we're able to make some money to begin to pay off our debt. Because right now, apart from the debt, the money we borrowed, the money we borrowed has actually incurred what? Interest. So it's a good thing for us to see that, people are lining up to see they want to invest in Nigeria. So this is the biggest question now. We have proper regulatory body on ground that are not biased, that will enable these companies be able to pay their tax and pay it well, so that this money can be used to grow Nigeria's GDP. So that we can actually say, let's stop, pressing the necks of Nigerians come 2026 January, so that when Deborah goes to go and shop, she can smile and shop and not worry about 20-something% taken away from her income. Let us be able to generate those funds for those international people coming to invest in Nigeria. But you don't think they know? They know that Nigeria is a fertile ground for growth. 1, we have the capacity. 2, we have the brains. 3, we have the soil. 4, we have the environment. Look, we have it going for us. In fact, this will even shock you. Some of them are not happy that we have terrorism because they've seen opportunity in the terror. And they're thinking, if we come in with armored vehicles, come sell to politicians will buy. Insecurity, as much as it is hurting us, is an opportunity for another country. If we come in and say that we have, bulletproof vest. People will buy because there's insecurity. These are business-minded people who don't really care whether the world is dying or falling off the edge. So for what it's worth, to stay within the context of our topic, I believe that, or rather the story, the caption, I believe that is a good thing for us. I know me, man, the usual man, I always look for, although, but in this case, I don't see any although.
Speaking about insecurity, the coup that happened in Benin, and that is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper, the Senate confirming Tinubu's request to deploy Nigerian troops to Benin. Now, some have argued and said, why now? Or why didn't you see Mali when Mali was going through theirs? There's the DRC going through theirs too. So why does it have to be Benin? Why some have argued that, it's quite easy for Nigeria to actually intervene since we are neighbors and we share like a border. But what do you think about this?
So, when it comes to insecurity, there's no winning side in this matter. Truth be told, I will explain to you. Because even if you say a coup has happened, go there and go and solve the problem, people will still die. Right? If I said, we are not going, guess what? People still talk. Now, the big question is, the part you sign when you're part of ECOWAS actually includes you coming in, right? ECOWAS coming in to come and salvage situation. So I'm sure they've sat back and realized, wait a minute, we can't just sit back and see different states fall into the hands of the military. Although some are working, Burkina Faso is working, let's be honest. Now, can we say the same for Mali and other countries that have actually fallen under the military rule? It all depends. However, what is more important and something that we should laser our eye on is the fact that how come a far cry quickly gets quick response? Meanwhile, the one in our backyard, the one in our own house. So your house is on fire. You are chasing another person's, house is on fire to help you to give them water. Your own is on fire. So these are the kind of things that will make us ask ourselves a big question, which is this: are we putting round pegs in square holes or in round holes? And to make matters even more worrisome, like you rightly said, okay, is it possible that there's something else we're not seeing? I will say yes. Politics is a very, very dynamic game. Because we are neighbors, that quick response could have been very, very important. Because there's some certain deals that we have signed with our neighboring countries, especially Benin Republic. I don't know to what extent, but I'm sure things like, for instance, electricity supply. Imagine if we are supposed to expect a huge amount of money from them for giving them power. A change of government will halt that money. And so you're wondering, wait a minute, we've invested so much and we're giving them power. Things like that. Imagine if we have other businesses that we are signing with them. A change of government will quickly affect it. And again, France is already losing face and losing ground in the Sahel region. And so the only people they'll look to, and the only nation that they'll look to, let me not proudly say, cap in hand. Wow. France is coming to us cap in hand. The only nation they'll look to is now Nigeria to say, look, salvage this situation. But we'll never know. We'll only keep on speculating back and forth what to get answers. But FEC, right, which is the Federal Executive Council, will only give out the information that they need to give out. The other critical one to keep for themselves because of national security. Right. But was it a good thing to have Nigeria respond? It's a show of force. It shows that, look, Nigerian Air Force is not to be messed with. But there's a challenge there now. We have invaded the airspace of Burkina Faso. Some of our soldiers are now being held there, and some of our aircraft. So the question now is, will we now see proper diplomatic communication between the Francophone country, which is no longer Francophone, part of that, the Burkina base, whether they will now say, okay, now we have the people now, what do we do? Can we come to terms? Can we discuss as brothers? Or let's leave the other option.
What is the hope?
We pray the all never happens.
All right, so another story. Let's now move to the tech space where technology, where tech firms, multi-million-dollar 2025 all fuels innovation across sector. we know for a fact that tech has changed so many things, and it's really good to see that they're now really seen for what they are. The sector is now really seen for everything. In the article we have the likes of Lemfi. I must say Lemfi has really changed lives and made things very, very easy for people, especially those in diaspora. In sending and receiving money. It has been...
I've been a beneficiary.
Oh, of course. It has been really swift, and I just show that, they secured $53 million in that sector for actually like offering cross-border payment solution. And we have the likes of Chowdeck. Chowdeck raised $9 million. And Chowdeck is actually out there really saving lives, and I'm not surprised that as part of the innovation
can we still do some CDS development service and just
so that you eat free food.
Valid for me, at least send some free food to people who need it.
Okay, and also in the energy we have Sulfur Energy, which secured $1.3 million in debt financing, and which is really big. And we have NigerPay. They had over $1 million in increased seed funding as a payment as a service provider. And finally, we have Jada. It's a Lagos-based edtech AI firm, and they successfully raised $1 million to boost talent development and future of artificial intelligence in Nigeria.
Wow.
It is really good that we are seeing, because they are, in as much as tech was really a thing in 2020, 2021. If you're not like in any tech space, in the coding or non-coding area of tech, it's like you don't really know what you're doing. Then in 2022, it became, oh, what are these people even doing? All they do is collect money from investors, and then they used to buy one Prado or a Lux Jeep, and then they go into extinction. So it feels really good to actually see people who are actually doing the real Lord's work. Because for me, this is what I term the Lord's work. When you make people's lives easy without having to like take from them, to take so much from them, that is what it means to do the Lord's work. I don't know, I don't know about your own part of doing the Lord's work, but for me, this is really it. And it's good that they're actually coming out to change that stereotype of all these tech founders or
that will secure huge
amounts of loans and grants, and then they just
get into thin air.
Yes. So what do you think about it?
So I mean, like I said, it's good enough that we can now be recording great things happen in Nigeria in the midst of all this issue going on. Now, back to tech now. So we are seeing that these tech giants are securing some huge amounts of money because of their performance so far. Remember, I just said that I'm the beneficiary of one of the tech guys who... It's not because they gave me money.
No, because you got to like... you made life easy for you. Yeah.
So but at the end of the day, what I want to see, and that's the business television, we want to see, with all those monies, with the S flying through, right? Can we now have those tech companies begin to do what we call street... Should I give up my idea now?
You just want free food.
No,
and also free money.
So it's not free food now.
So what do you want?
But I'm saying maybe they should send their team into local areas and all those remote areas to begin to...
I think when it comes to sensitization, they're really doing well. Because I remember that when Chowdeck started, they couldn't get to some place.
Right.
But I'm very sure now that they can actually even get to like the most... Because we have remote places in Lagos. They can actually get to places like that, like Alagbado. Imagine Chowdeck.
Badagry.
Kayode is great to come from.
There's a particular place again. It's called I've got the name again. The name alone supports locality.
Exactly. And we have this app able to like hey, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But you just want free.
All those local places.
Okay, before we leave business in newspaper, the back of the paper actually caught my attention.
Right.
And it reads, The rise of secure men.
Okay.
How today's husbands are winning with powerful women.
Wow.
I find that very funny because the fact that we have to come out to celebrate husbands for being secure because they actually backed powerful women. It's really funny because is that not how it's supposed to be? And this is the reality. We have a lot of men who get really insecure that they actually are powerful women who are collected, put together, and they know their onions, they know what they're doing, they're out there making waves, and they're actually like, a force to reckon with. We have men who be so insecure, okay?
Who build the trains?
What do you mean who build the trains?
Who build the planes?
Really?
Who build the ships?
Okay, what does that have to do with the fact that we have insecure men?
Men build these things.
Are you joking?
But
right
again,
now?
without the help of women, men could have got it.
No, we're not talking about the help of women now. We're talking about women actually making waves now. And you men being insecure
So time changed over time. Yeah. So change is constant. At some point, people have now thought, wait a minute, this so-called cry for women to get into leadership, let's not put them forward. So I'm telling men now, don't be afraid to say women come forward and deliver what it is that you have. Let them make their mistakes too. So we can now say, okay, so you made your mistakes.
Why? You should have just, no, you don't have to go. Oh my goodness.
So yes.
These are the issues.
So we need to celebrate men now who have now seen.
No, we're not talking about men. We're speaking about men.
Yes.
The ones who are making decisions to actually send out troops. We'll be speaking about you all. Allow us to speak about women. Allow us to speak about women. And these are the issues.
Right.
Men would not get the memo that women are actually, women are more than what they think.
So we have problem right now in Boko Haram area, right? Those insurgents.
Do you think there are no women there?
Can we have more?
Do you think there are no women there?
Can we have more women in the forefront?
Please, let's now move on to the Punch newspaper.
Right. Okay, so the Punch.
Yeah.
It says here, PDP rages as Fubara joins APC. Adeleke shifts to Accord. Wow, what an according APC. This is what I did there. So now the question is, since Fubara has now moved to APC, that we mentioned before, right? Will he have his loyalists join him there, or would we now have a fragmented university?
That was what I was asking, because majority of the people that make up the the assembly in the River State are more of PDP. Right. That's where my confusion came from. That's why I say it's looking like show business. It's looking like a script. And with the script, you have to follow whatever it is, whether or not you like it or not, or it makes sense. So yeah.
Also, I don't know, maybe very soon we'll start seeing where the cap that has the infinite sign on top of it. You never can tell. People can change very quickly.
I know, right?
But I mean, politics is what it is.
It's we're definitely going to see more of River State in the news and in the dailies, definitely, because it's not just going to end with Simlai joining APC. We also have people from the assembly coming out to actually either protest or, cause chaos.
But another thing, again, since he has moved to APC, the people that have been there before him, some chieftains, some people on that top. My question now is, will they give him space to even shine? Yes, he's a governor, but there are some kingmakers in that APC.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Are you sure it's not? Because think about it. Just by this time last year, he was fighting tooth and nail to actually, kick against Godfatherism, the fact that, Wike is no longer in power, he's now the one in power. And a year after,
less than a year after,
you've joined the bandwagon. Come on. So for me, it's all scripted. Well, if you really look at it, let us create chaos. I would fight with Valentine. By the time we are fighting, if anybody sees us, know that we are sworn enemies.
We'll distract them.
Exactly. And then, when they feel like, okay, these people, they've let their guard down, they believe that we are not together, we now show up. So really are. I think that's just what's going on.
Okay. So, that sounds very clear. We already know Adeleke had a face-off with, I call it a face-off?
Yeah,
a sink off. That's right. That is sink off with Remy. So great sink off. I mean, and then she didn't reciprocate that. But the guy, I think I think he handled it maturely.
Yeah.
He just felt, just a stare is enough. Just understand. Because if he had said or done anything different from that, he probably could have made quick enemies, and people now say, but we thought you were the matured one.
But why? I think that's what makes the game of politics very interesting. Making enemies. For someone like me, I love making enemies because I feel like if you don't make enemies, it means you're doing something wrong, because you can't please everybody. So in a game of politics where you have different people coming with different mindsets and selfish mindsets, actually, it's okay for you to actually make enemies.
There we go. So now I have my running mate and I want to run for office.
Who's your running mate?
You know.
It's not me and you. So you moving to the Accord Party now. Don't you think that is like him trying to not stain his good name with what comes to? Because believe it or not, whether or not, we've said it here severally that you can be a good person, but once you go into politics, you have no choice. You have no choice than to flow with it. So, for me, I see him moving to Accord as a way of not wanting to be part of the politics that actually happen in PDP.
PDP since final days. I don't know.
Well, we've been saying that for since when APC got into power, if they've seen their final days. I think where they are right now is where they are supposed to be. Yeah, I think they've had their days and now they're just, supposed to be where they are.
They're knocking on the door of relegation. Knocking on the door.
Oh my God, yeah.
Tension rise over alleged $42 billion oil revenue shortfall. NNPC governors, auditors trade blows over $42 billion under remittance accusation. FAA Cedars FAC steps in 6 review. You see, let's be honest. It is this kind of money and this amount of money that you will hear who always want to make you just lose your mind. Because ask yourself a question. $1 billion is a lot of money. Then $42 billion. That's humongous. Do you know the kind of lives this money will change? The issue of back and forth ASU issue will be solved and solved forever. The issue of not having enough ammunition or well-equipped soldiers, which I don't think that's a story, but better still, I'll say the issue of not giving them great welfare will be settled once and for all. In fact, $1 billion of this money alone, we can triple the earnings of all our boys in the forefront paying the ultimate price.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is? It's a morale booster. If we now say, for instance, the Chief of Defense Staff comes out to us and say, look, we have one, redundant, one unused $1 billion somewhere just lying there. We want to put this money and triple the salaries of all the young men and women in the forefront there fighting Boko Haram. Please send me their names. Do you know the kind of motivation that would give? You will just hear tomorrow, each soldier has gone down 10 Boko Haram. And that's the idea.
Yeah.
Right now there's a rule now. Once you see Boko Haram, don't wait for someone to give you order.
Has that been passed?
He said it now.
He said it. Has it been passed?
In the theater of war. According to him. According to him, he said, theater of war. Now, once you face Boko Haram that's about to kill you, you don't have to wait for any order. You're in the theater of war. Engage immediately.
Okay.
Engage immediately. Just before he retired. And of course, the military, whatever you say, whoever comes in after that follows through. So, that's because they don't change it. But give and take. I think for me, if I am in that shoe and I see somebody who I know is the enemy,
of course you would.
You engage. You have no other option. It's either you engage or they engage you.
So you forget the commandment, thou shalt not.
Well,
you forget it.
But in the theater of war, this is war we're talking about. We are at war with Boko Haram. And if you don't stop there, they will stop us.
Okay.
I can try my luck in comedy, right? You
should try. You should. You should.
All right. So tension rise over alleged $42 billion oil revenue shortfalls, right? We've seen NNPC governors, auditors trade blows over $42 billion under remittance accusation. FAC steps in, 6 review. We hope this money will come out and let let it be used
They're
properly.
already trading blues, obviously.
Yeah,
It would. It would.
Let the money come out of it.
Yeah.
It's not a good, like they say in the game of boxing.
Mm.
What are fighting the bout, not a good bout.
It's not what now, it's boxing. Okay.
So down here we see reps summon ministers over budget underperformance. Page 21, you can see that one. Over here, page 20, you will see probe. EFCC detains ex-AGF Malami. It was about time. It was about time. All this hard taxpayers' money that finds its way into private pockets. In the words of some certain people, they will say, organic one. It's getting too much. We as a nation should be able to, hold them to account and at the same time have them cough out that money. Most of them, right, have sent some people, to early graves because they didn't get their pension. Meanwhile, you're sitting on people's earnings, diverting public funds. Instead of due process, you now do quick process. I begin to wonder. ECOWAS fears coup, surge. It says Burkina Faso holds Nigerian soldiers. Again, like I say, we are not security experts, but it is in the news. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Our soldiers have been held there. Hopefully, we'll see some kind of mediation that will balance some things. But now the question is, knowing that our president is someone who, keeps his pride there, do you think he's going to allow whoever's going to not negotiate now, whoever's going to have diplomatic conversation with Burkina Faso, right, fall short of our standards? That's a big question.
Right.
We don't have any quarrel with Burkina Faso.
No, we don't. Well, I think it has nothing to do with quarrel. Once you actually pass over a space without, you breached it. So it's just them facing protocol. How are they sure that you're Nigerian soldiers? How are they sure that you're really flying to do what you actually said you're going to do? I'm pretty sure that, the government is at the top of this, and the soldiers will be released, because at the end of the day, we're one. It's all, ECOWAS.
So over to you.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper. And the big story on the Vanguard newspaper, I'm still speaking about airspace violation. And that's Nigeria, Sahel differ over detained aircraft and soldiers. And we have Nigerian military aircraft violated Burkina Faso airspace and the Sahelian state. And how France helped Benin foil coup d'etat Macron's aid. That story is on page 9, and the federal government to U.S. delegations, we have security challenges, not religious. And that is on page 9 of the Guardian newspaper. And also at the top of it, we have FG limits bidders to 2 oil blocks. And that is on page 20 of the Vanguard newspaper. And Nigeria-US ties are treasured. That is from Sunday Diary, and it's on page 13 of the Vanguard newspaper. And also below, we have Adeleke. He moves to Accord, and Fubara also joins APC. And that story is on page 10 and 12 of the Vanguard newspaper. Kidnapping children, lesser evil than killing, killing soldiers.
Who's giving Gumi this?
Gumi. And that is on page 31 of the Vanguard newspaper. And we have still on insecurity. Box stops on your decks. Onoikon, Sheikh Lemo Khan, others tells Tinubu. And that is on page 9 of the Vanguard newspaper. You were saying something about Gumi.
I was saying, look, as much as I'm not an advocate for killing innocent people or anyone who, is saying things that kind of demeans or reduces Nigeria's ability to deliver, can we ask about questions? What value is Gumi bringing on the table again? I mean, if he's standing in as, I use this word intermediary, I don't even know, but can we just put him aside? We have, thank God again, the new appointed defense minister just said, look, negotiations are no longer on the table. So can that quickly now make Gumi, less viable, or less valuable, and put him on the side?
I think when it comes to
considering the news kind of makes us think that we are still behind talking to this terrorist through him, making him so important.
I don't think that is what it is. So, the fact that Nigeria is actually grouped into different ethnical group and different geopolitical, areas, things like this will happen. You would have people who would speak up for, like the Igbos. You see the way Nnamdi Kanu actually like cost away when it comes to the eastern part of the country. How it was a big deal. That is how Gumi actually represents. I think the what we should be looking at is the mindset. If their leader actually has the mindset of the fact that we kidnap children, we torture them, we kidnap your wives, and do whatever it is we want to do to them, as far as we don't kill them, it's better than it's lesser evil than killing soldiers. Now it means they have every right to kill soldiers who actually like put their lives out there to protect the security and sanity of a country, of a state. It's okay for you to kill them, but it's not. It's okay for you to kill them, but you having to kidnap children, it's not a big deal.
I think trying to justify their evil deed.
So that will show you the mindset of the kind of people that we are dealing with when it comes to the security issue. Because if my leader tells me that, oh, this thing you're doing, it's not really a big deal. We can kidnap children, we can do whatever it is we want to do to the women. We're not killing them. But when you see soldiers, you have to kill them because they are a threat to you. So it speaks so much of, the kind of evil that it is. Not even about they. It's not wrong for us to have religious leaders or people who can actually be at the forefront to talk for us, because the government is not going to listen to everybody. The government can only listen to one person at a time, and that is why we have people who actually speak for like a whole let me say tribe. Just like we have Khan, we as Christians, when we have, when we don't feel good about certain things, we run to the Christian Association of Nigeria in hope that they speak up for us for things that, are not right. That is where these leaders actually come in.
I'll tell you, to be honest with you, again, this new strategy now to crush Boko Haram, I'm sure it's on the table of our security personnel, our security leaders. I believe that one of the ways that they can get those people that Gumi is speaking with, because obviously he's talking to them, making sure that to calm them down, whatever it is, they can put a tracker wherever he goes to, have him tracked, right?
Do you think they don't know where he is? Let's not do this.
They know where he is. I mean, those terrorists that he goes to talk to. And maybe to
I've forgotten what this is. My brother is a lawyer, so he was trying to explain certain things to me. So I can't really, but I'm going to try. He said in the law, I think it's either when you speak about things like this, there's something that's called, it's not a crime in the Constitution of Nigeria, but you being involved in terrorism, that is where the crime is. Either you're sentenced for life or it's a death sentence. So they've not really, they can't, I don't think they are able to link him to any of the terrorist attack. I think that is why there's no arrest yet. Yes. They've been unable to link him. You can't say, oh, I'm a terrorist because I'm saying, no, I don't see anything wrong in what Boko Haram is doing.
Maybe they just call him on his phone and tell him, look, we are calling you, we are this, that.
He has his rights. He will tell you. If you take him to court, he will tell you that you have no right to actually, arrest him because you cannot link him to any of it. But it's really sad. Like I said, the mindset of a person would actually show you what they can do. And it's sad that, I have people who are really heartless. When I tell you, I have people who, they do things that you ask yourself that, are you even human? But when it comes to children, they don't have a choice but to have, this soft spot for them. So when you see somebody come out to say, whether or not we kidnap children, it doesn't make you evil. It's lesser evil, and lesser evil is pardonable. But once you see a soldier, you're allowed to kill. And that is why they unapologetically killed the general in Borno, because, we can do it. but they having to go kidnap children, it's okay for them to do that. So the mindset, and for one to actually think like this, it means it is deeply rooted.
It's interesting.
Exactly.
Belief system.
There's nothing you can do about it to change their minds that what you're doing is wrong.
And another thing is, I see, it is a very bad and toxic cocktail to have people who have an ideology that they can create an industry out of mayhem. And then you now mix such ideology and that kind of mindset with religion. It's a very toxic and dangerous cocktail.
No, I would have said Lord Lugard, but I think we're past the point where we have to keep blaming Lord Lugard for everything that actually, like, is happening to us. Anyways, having said that, let's take a look at what the cartoon of the day is saying this morning. And the cartoon of the day, this is a very, 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 very sad one. And we have a dog, which is the Hammy. The dog is actually chained to its unknown commander. We all know that the armies, they don't do things on their own, except they're given the final command from their commander. And then we have Meow, so that would be a cat that is covered in red masks. And the cat is actually the terrorist. So it's not like the dog, which is the army, cannot fight and finish.
Exactly.
Is being held by the unknown commander.
So now the question now
who is the unknown commander?
Who are these sponsors? Who are these international people who are chosen for what it is to say, let them dwell on the fact that terrorism is helping them and is giving them space to do their illicit deals, as the case may be. Remember, like I said before he retired at CDS, he went on a particular news platform. And that platform, they interviewed him, talking about Christopher Musa. He was interviewed and they asked him, what do you think is responsible for Boko Haram regrouping? It was clear. He said, why is that when Nigerian army records total hit and impact of Boko Haram, when they hit Boko Haram hard, when they kill a lot of them, when they kill a lot of Boko Haram members, when they push them to the point of extinction, after a while, Boko Haram regroups again. Who is funding them? Why is that when they catch these Boko Haram people, they see hard currency on them? Who is funding them? Those NGOs that come in, right, into those areas, right? What are they coming with? What are they living with? So someone must be funding these Boko Haram people.
Right.
And that is where the problem is. I've said it before, right? Our military is well equipped and very strong. But remember, any military around the world is only as strong as the information and command given to them. You might have all the equipment, have everything, but you're waiting for decisive engagement. And that is where the challenge comes in now, right? Which is what I've said before. The day politicians sever their hands away from the activities of the military, so the military can perform 100%, that's the day we hear the end of Boko Haram.
Right.
Boko Haram, how many are they? Are they up to the Nigerian army?
No, we can see from the description of the cartoon.
They're not as trained as
the Nigerian army.
Not everyone that holds a gun can actually know how to manipulate it. Nigerian army personnel have been trained, one bullet for one enemy. They're well trained. They went to the best institution, turned them from ordinary people to perfect gentlemen, at the same time perfect what? Killers.
All right.
Theater of war. That is their job. Defend Nigerian territory, Nigerian sovereignty, territorial waters, airspace. They be well trained. Trillions and trillions of naira, billions and billions of dollars put into our Nigerian army, Air Force, the army, the Navy to deliver. Nobody will tell me that Nigeria cannot defeat Boko Haram.
Right. Anyways, thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take for the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and coming up next is Business Morning. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You're welcome to the Business Morning segment right here on the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. A total of 1,435 bureau de change operators have lost their operating licenses after failing to meet the new capital requirement set by the Central Bank of Nigeria, marking one of the most sweeping regulatory cleanups in the subsector. According to reports, the CBN may declare that any legacy BDC that did not meet the conditions of the revised guidelines as of November 30th, 2025 has automatically ceased to exist, as its license is no longer valid. The regulator further addressed questions about the transferability of BDC licenses, stressing that the license or ownership interest cannot be transferred without prior approval from the CBN. The bank emphasized that no BDC is permitted to undertake any action that results in a change of ownership or control, nor can it sell, dispose, or transfer any part of its business or license, merge with another entity, restructure its capital, or hand over operations to a management agent without explicit regulatory consent. And moving on, the Senate is giving its approval for President Bola Tinubu's request to send Nigerian troops to the Benin Republic or Republic of Benin as part of efforts to help restore calm and stability after last weekend's attempted military takeover. The endorsement was announced on Tuesday by Senate President Godswill Akpabio during plenary, following a review of the President's letter in the Committee of the Whole in accordance with Section 5(2) of the Constitution. Lawmakers reportedly voted unanimously to support the deployment, effectively granting parliamentary authorization for the regional security mission. Akpabio hailed the resolution as timely, stressing that unrest in any neighboring country could easily destabilize the wider region, adding that Nigeria has an obligation to stand with its partners under the Economic Community of West African States framework. In still on, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited says its upstream subsidiary, NNPC Exploration and Production Limited, has reached its highest daily crude production in more than 3 decades, hitting 355,000 barrels per day on 1st December. NNPC spokesperson Andy O'Day revealed in a statement on Tuesday that the output marks NEPL's strongest performance since 1989. Representing a major step forward for Nigeria's oil industry. According to the company, average daily production has risen by 52% in 2 years, climbing from 203,000 barrels per day in 2023 to 312,000 in 2025, while attributing the gains to a strategy centered on operational efficiency, asset optimization, and structured field development. The state-owned firm added that NEPL's performance demonstrates that Nigeria's upstream sector can recover from years of volatility when backed by strong leadership and disciplined operations, insisting that the record output brings national target of producing 2 million barrels per day by 2027 and 3 million by 2030, closer to reach. And so in the news, the Economic Community of West African States has declared a state of emergency across the region, warning that West Africa is now facing an unprecedented combination of political upheavals, military interventions, democratic setback, terrorist expansion, and worsening humanitarian conditions. This announcement was made by the President of the ECOWAS Commission, Omar Toure, during the 55th session of the Mediation and Security Council at ministerial level in Abuja on Tuesday. In his words, recent events demand urgent collective action and a serious reassessment of the region's democratic and security architecture. The president told ministers, diplomats, and senior officials that country-by-country risk analysis before the council show a rapidly deteriorating situation in virtually all member states, with an overall assessment classified as high risk. Toure says West Africa is now witnessing a troubling trend in which elections, once viewed as symbols of democratic progress, have instead become major triggers of instability. And still to come after the break, from local code to global scale, what makes the difference between local companies and global brands? Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation this morning. Every global brand, whether in tech, fashion, finance, or consumer goods, began as a local story. A small team, a simple idea, a product built to solve a problem close to home. But only a select few managed to break through the limits of geography and competition to become names recognized across continents. So what creates that difference? Why do some companies remain strong local players, while others evolve into global brands with influence far beyond their home market? Is it superior strategy, consistent innovation, stronger leadership, or the ability to adapt to diverse consumer expectations? And in today's hyper-connected world, how much does technology accelerate that journey from local relevance to global scale? Now, these are the questions shaping business ambition today, especially for emerging markets where potential is high, but structural challenges remain. Understanding what separates local code from global success is essential for any company hoping to compete internationally. Today, we are joined by Ibrahim Olayokun. He's a senior software engineer. Good morning, Ibrahim. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure being here.
Let's get right into it. What in your view is the biggest difference between a local company and a global brand?
There are quite a number of them. Firstly, I would pick audience. Secondly, identity, use of technology, leadership, and culture. When you pick audience, for example, local brands are usually narrowed by one of them as a geographical location, also the markets they choose to play in. When you look at identity, local brands have this confined identity towards the culture of the area they're playing in. Also, the use of technology, they do not really leverage technology to its fullest. When you look at global brands on the audience spectrum, they are targeting their identity isn't limited to the area with which they play in, for example, or the area with which they are found. So if you look at Apple, for example, I mean, their major market is in the US, but it's transcended beyond the US to different geopolitical areas across the world. And in terms of their identity, they have this identity whereby it not just speaks to where they are, they have identity in form of the Chinese market. How they look in the Chinese market is the same way they look in the US market, the same way they look in the African market, and also the European market as well. Yeah.
When a business starts thinking about global expansion, what should be the first question it asks itself?
Well, the first question should be tilted towards value proposition. Whatever value we are proposing that is meant to go across where we are right now, the question is, when we take it to other space, other markets, will they survive in that area? What are the things we need to break those markets as well? So usually what I would recommend is create a roadmap to say, this is where we are right now. This is where we want to be in the next 5 to 10 years. This is, we want to explore about 10 new countries or hundreds of countries and say, okay, what are the things for each country? How do we penetrate them? And start creating the brand that would speak across each one of those markets here. And by so doing, with time, you find out that, okay, they find out this is how they are going to penetrate the market. And while they are still at that, creating the brand awareness, they create this saying for themselves where they say your identity precedes you. That is, before they get to those markets, they already know about them.
So how important is brand identity in determining whether a company can go global?
Oh, that's very, very important, because the way and manner with which your brand is structured determines how far you would go, in the sense that if your brand is confined to one particular area, it wouldn't play out in other areas as well. It wouldn't play out in other markets. I mean, your brand is basically saying, excuse me, please. Your brand is about what you have, how you look, or how people perceive you, how people see you. So if you have a very strong brand, yeah, definitely you would go places.
All right, so let's speak about some of the branding mistakes that local companies make that limits or would limit their expansion potential.
One of them is over localization, right? When you create a brand that is strongly tied to a particular message or a particular area or a particular domain, yeah, that creates a problem for you, because it wouldn't speak to other areas or other markets. Another mistake is inconsistency in their identity. That is, how they look here in Nigeria is not the way they look in the US, is not the way they look in China, is not the way they look in Japan, across the globe. So, and not leveraging technology to its fullest.
Okay, so still on brand and strategy, how do you think SMEs build a brand that resonates both locally and internationally? Because that's something to look at.
Absolutely. What I would recommend in this case is usually they should leverage storytelling, right? And if you remember, way back in the days, there were MTN adverts that we had that it speaks to multiple cultures, not just the Yoruba. There are advertisements that we see using the Yoruba culture. They are the ones we see using the Igbo culture. They are the ones we see using the Hausa culture. So they've been able to create a value to say that applies to different cultures, but it's still from the same brand. And we all know that once we see MTN, it doesn't matter who is using it. Another investment towards branding I would recommend is what's it called? Going digital first, leveraging the use of websites, advertisements online, on app, being visible everywhere, making sure that everyone can see you, using e-commerce platforms as well. And then balance locality with global appeal. There's the word I came across recently, glocal, that is global and local combined together. So if you look at what they have currently as a local brand, where they are currently as a local brand, how do they merge it with their expectation as a global brand, bringing it together, creating sense of purpose, and also their leadership structure as well, to say we are going global and this is how we're going to achieve that.
Well, let's now move our focus to technology and also innovation. We understand now in today's world, how much technology influence a company's ability to actually scale globally? Do you think they can actually do it without the help of technology?
It is possible. However, that's very complicated doing it without technology, because technology seems to have narrowed the distance between different markets. It has narrowed the gap between different areas when it comes to the industries we all brands play in. So take for example, prior to Corona, there was this remote working has actually been a thing before Corona, but 2020 it became widespread. It became a necessity, and this happened due to leveraging the use of technologies like Zoom and Google Meet and Microsoft Teams. And you could see that companies could hire even engineers out of out of the country they are currently based in. We had Nigerian developers working for companies in the US. Also, we also had companies that are able to sell their products across different countries. The likes of AliExpress also had to leverage technology to be able to penetrate markets in other countries as well. So it is a necessity, the use of technology to expand globally.
Can a local company become global without major technological investments? Now we're looking at the investment part now. Do you think they can actually become global without that?
That's highly unlikely. It's a very tough one.
Okay.
I'm not sure I see that happening because without tech, you can't. It's going to be very difficult to scale globally, to scale your logistics, do your marketing, customer support. I mean, technology is absolutely essential in this case. So it's very difficult.
All right, let's now move to leadership and also culture, because believe it or not, if you're talking about local and escalate to global, we have to look at the leadership part. So what role does leadership mindsets play in turning a local company into a global brand?
Well, leadership is it's if you look at a vehicle, for example, you need the engine to run. You also need someone at the driver's seat to actually steer the vehicle. And leadership in this case is the one steering the vehicle in the direction with which it goes. So if you have a reckless driver, definitely you would get involved in an accident. And so I believe visionary leadership is essential. Leaders must take beyond their local success to expand their horizons. They must be willing to take risk and also prioritize global standards. So as well, in summary, if you look at the instance I gave initially about the vehicle, leadership is the one steering the direction of the company, where they go and how far they would go. So visionary leadership mindset is something a local brand needs to embrace to be able to go global.
So how can businesses build a culture that actually supports international growth?
So we've seen this play out in a lot of foreign companies, even local, well, some of our own companies that have gone global as well. And one of the things they do is cross-cultural training for employees, diversifying cultural backgrounds in the organization. And so I think there's this part where that's where DEI comes into play. And then also another thing is the inclusivity policies, making policies that are inclusive to different backgrounds, different domains, and then leveraging on global collaboration tools. That's where the likes of Slack and Teams come into play. So these are things they could leverage to build culture for international growth.
So what's one thing a local business can start doing today to increase its chances of global expansion?
Good question. And I would say strengthening their digital presence, right? How they look to different markets, they have to make sure they are out there, put themselves out there, let the world know about them. Even countries that do not, maybe they are not there at the moment, or they are not planning to be in the next probably 5 years, at least, but let them know, create that brand awareness for everywhere. So that you just be like MTL will say, everywhere you go. Thank you.
Okay, so for founders dreaming of international success, what mindset shift do they need to make first?
I would say they should shift away from the local mindsets to more of an international mindset. They shift their practices from local standards to international standards as well. And they move on from survival mode to scalability mindsets, the kind of mindsets that makes you prepared for what the future might hold. Even if it's something you're not expecting, you being able to make decisions on the go with putting your company first and being sure that you would be able to grow into different areas, different zones. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your insights on Business Morning Show. Ibrahim Olayoko is a senior software engineer. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you.
And still to come after the break, how Nigeria can leverage youth power to unlock demographic dividend. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation this morning. Nigeria has one of the youngest populations in the world, a huge asset in a global economy driven by innovation, talent, and digital skills. But unlocking the full potential of this youthful population requires intentional policies, investment, and opportunities. This morning, we are examining how Nigeria can turn its large youth population into a real demographic dividend, boosting productivity, employment, and long-term growth. We'll explore what needs to change in education, skills development, entrepreneurship, and governance to harness this powerful resource. Joining us to break this down is Dr. Goodluck Norum. He's the Director, Center for Data Analytics and Simulation, CDAS, Caleb University. Good morning, Dr. Goodluck. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me once again.
All right. So let's go straight into it. Why is Nigeria's youthful population considered an economic advantage?
Yeah, of course. From the word youthful, you begin to understand that you're talking about energy, you're talking about capability, and all of that. And also from the side of statistics, you discover that the median age right now in Nigeria is about 18.1 years. So what it means is that at about 58 or 60% of Nigerians are under 30 years old. So at this point, you would understand that it is an economic advantage if used well. Implication is that a vast proportion of the population of Nigeria is in or approaching the working age, meaning that there is a lot of potential for labor. There is the possibility of having a lot of entrepreneurs. If properly mobilized, what it means is that this can be a powerful engine for productivity, for growth and development of Nigeria.
All right, so what exactly is a demographic dividend in practical terms?
Yeah, looking at it from a practical side, demographic dividend means that as much as possible, because we have a youthful majority, all right, that are in the productive stage, what it means is that it is a dividend rather than a burden. So the demography of Nigeria right now, looking at it from the youthful point of view, is a dividend that should be reaped rather than a burden. So it means that as much as possible, there are a larger pool of working age individuals compared to the people that are dependent on them. And this means that output, savings are boosted, and then there is expanded potential for human capital investment, and then there is high entrepreneurial potential or activity. So what it means is that for every older dependent, what it means is that Nigeria has about 14 young dependents on the average. So if these people become employed or self-reliant, the payoff economically is actually huge.
All right, so how well is Nigeria preparing its young people for the future of work?
To be honest, the reality is kind of patchy. So why I said it is patchy is because it is true that we have a youthful population that is large and growing. However, there is a challenge in converting, such potential into employable, such potential into such that is employable. So this implies that skilled labor, as much as possible, is far from optimal. Okay, looking at it from the point of view of data, Nigeria produces a lot of graduates every year from the institutions, from the universities. However, you discover that youthful unemployment is actually high. When you look at the data from the third quarter of 2023, the unemployment rate among youths between the ages of 15 and 24 was at about 8.6%. This is according to the...
Okay, so what reforms are most urgent? Because we're looking at education and skill right now. So what reforms are most urgent in the education and skill training ecosystem?
Yeah, of course. Quickly, what should be done is to look at how to reform or restructure our education. And it should be restructured around employability. It should be restructured around self-reliance. It's not just enough that we have graduates that are being produced every year. We have to be sure that these graduates are trained and educated around the potentials of employability, the potentials of being self-reliant. Everybody will not work. Some people will want to do their own thing. So we must focus on ensuring that our reforms in education are centered around education and self-reliance. So technical, vocational training, digital literacy, practical skills, green skills, all right, must be tailored according to the needs of the industry. And then there has to be partnership between government, educational institutions, and even there has to be some sort of PPP, public-private partnership initiative that will help to address some of these issues or challenges that we're having with converting the young or youthful potentials into what can become an advantage for Nigeria.
Okay, so what sectors offer the strongest potential for large-scale youth employment?
Let's look at first agriculture. And why I'm mentioning agriculture is that that sector is underutilized in terms of its capacity and potential for employment. Agriculture, modern agriculture, as much as possible, could begin to look at efforts in modern agriculture could begin to look at the potentials in youth labor. So rather than leave the young people to just graduate and roam around the streets to look for jobs and all of that. Effort in agriculture could focus on seeing how these job seekers can be absorbed through quick training in modern agricultural practices so that they can begin to adopt them and get themselves employed, or even get employed for larger agricultural organizations. So that's for agri. Another sector that is really, offering potential for right now is the fintech to e-commerce to digital services. As much as possible, you find out that these sectors are doing well in terms of providing the potential for youthful employment. Okay, then you have logistics as well as the creative industries trying as much as possible to feature in terms of all of the potentials they have for youth and employment.
Also, how can Nigeria's private sector play a bigger role in absorbing youth talent?
All right, so this can really work at an early age when these young people are in the university. There has to be some sort of significant expansion in internship programs. Okay, private sector players should provide opportunities for young people to enjoy internships, and then for those that are not in the university or the higher institutions, opportunities should be provided for apprenticeship. Okay, and then there should be some opportunity for young people to have some terms of entry level, all right, into the workforce. So the private sector has a lot to do in making sure that all of this work out. Private sector players can also partner with the government as well as different educational institutions to design curriculum or curricula that are tailored towards bringing out the potentials in the young people, not just about what we already have in the Nigerian educational system. There has to be a restructuring of curriculum, and the private sector can partner with the different stakeholders in this regard to provide opportunity for young talents.
All right, so what barriers currently limit young entrepreneurs from scaling their businesses?
Yeah, the first thing one would say is finance, and that looks as if, yes, it is true. However, beyond finance, you discover that even when the funds are available to fund ideas and all of that, you discover that most young people are not mature enough in terms of their capabilities to be able to make use of these finances. So in as much as finance can be an issue, there also has to be some sort of understanding that finance is not the only problem, but lack of capabilities, inadequate training that would help to transform ideas into what it should be or into what they should be is a challenge that is making young entrepreneurs not to be able to scale in their business. There's something called bootstrapping. Even when you don't have money as such, you can learn to bootstrap. But sadly, a lot of young people don't know about all of this, and these are part that should be provided to help them take advantage of what they have to be able to move on.
How do you think government can improve access to finance, since that's like one of the major reasons, and also business support for youth-led startups?
Government can do a lot, especially in providing youth-focused grants, all right, and then also providing low-interest loan schemes. There has to be some sort of setup, all right, of different innovation hubs. We have different geopolitical zones, I think 6 of them. There can be, from the national level, there can be some sort of provision of industrial or innovation hub or entrepreneurial support centers, right, that can help these young people move on with their business. there should also be some sort of support from government in terms of incentive, maybe in terms of business registration. There has to be the government has to find a way of lowering entry barriers for young people so that young people can actually, have access to finance in terms of grants, also have access to incentive in terms of lowering the entry barriers, maybe by form of maybe discounts or cutting off some unnecessary, not unnecessary, but some necessary monies that they have to pay to start up their business. Government can waive that off for them so that they can be able to take advantage of the potentials available to them.
With Nigeria's growing tech scene, how can digital skills be expanded nationwide?
Yeah, so it is very important, and I see some schools already doing their best, even from primary and secondary level up to the university level, trying to provide some sort of digital literacy training for young people. However, it must not really be a thing for the schools alone. Nigeria as a nation has to really step in making sure that digital skills are provided in, in large potentials, in large, scale that will help young people to learn. So one area that can work is through the curricula. It's very important that from secondary school even up to the tertiary and vocational levels, there has to be mandatory digital literacy training that young people must undergo. And then not just to undergo it as per maybe shadowing the class, it has to be practical. They have to be made to build projects. They have to be made to come up with initiative as a result of some of these digital skills that they are digital skills training that they are receiving. So they have to build projects. This will help to confirm that yes, they have been able to learn, in terms of whatever learning or training that are being provided. Then online training platforms should be provided as well. There has to be partnership between government and private technology firms that can help to extend access, especially to areas that are, not included, maybe underserved regions in terms of technology. So there has to be some sort of widespread internet access, which must be affordable and should be made a priority so that even those in the interior, in my village, for example, should be able to boast of having access to internet and digital skills training. That will help to improve the whole narrative.
All right, let's. Are there global examples where Nigeria can learn from in turning youth population into economic strength?
Oh yeah, of course. Let's take China for example. At some point, one time I saw a video where young kids in China were made to go to, I think, vehicle manufacturing plants, and what they were being taught from that early age, what this meant, what this tool meant, what this lever could do, what this could do. So as much as possible, Nigeria can learn from China. China as a country has been doing well in the global space in terms of business and commerce. And we have a lot of business tycoons in Nigeria that does businesses with China directly. So we can take advantage of these channels, all right, to see what has China done that is working for them and how can we replicate such in our country today. Nigeria has a lot of potentials, but converting those potentials is where we have this challenge. And we can mirror from countries that are working. And I've mentioned China, for example, and then Malaysia is also doing its own bit. At least I know of these two countries at this point that are doing exceptionally well, that we can mirror and replicate whatever it is that they have done so that Nigeria can also be included when we are talking about global discussions, global narratives.
All right, finally, what should Nigeria prioritize now to ensure its youthful population becomes a demographic dividend and not a demographic burden?
Yeah, I like that part of making sure that the demographic dividend is reaped and not just this youthful population becoming demographic burden. Here is the catch. If Nigeria doesn't do what is necessary for young people right now, what it means is that you're going to have a large population of people who are going to grow old and become a burden to the nation. So what Nigeria can do, educational reform. There has to be a lot of compliance. There has to be a lot of policy around providing evidence-based education, practical-based education, all right, that involves skill training in terms of entrepreneurial skills, digital skills, and technical skills, all right? It's very, very important. And not just in policy, there has to also be a compliance check to make sure that this policy is implemented from top to bottom. All right. And then there has to be entrepreneurship support for this kind of initiatives to work. So there has to be some, for example, let's look at NYSC. Young people finish school and then they're expected to go serve. I think if all the money they will have gotten as salaries or stipends for the month, if they are aggregated, and then they are made to go through a 3 months or 6 months training, and then that fund is aggregated and given to them as seed capital, trust me, the narrative will change as far as Nigeria is concerned. So I'm not saying that they should scrap NYSC, but they should reform its process so that it can be result-oriented. It can yield results. And then there has to be labor market absorption, meaning that private and there has to be private and public sector initiative to provide ready jobs for people, for young people to be able to, get into. So infrastructure is also very key. Healthcare facilities, social services is key because they provide some sort of support to whatever it is that Nigeria would want to do to improve or reap the dividends from the youthful population. So the goal must be to transform the demographic potential into actual economic productivity. And trust me, this will help to ensure social stability because young people would stop thinking of going into different vices or negative things because there is already a provision that would absorb that potential or the energy that they have. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show, Dr. Goodluck Nurum. It is Director, Center for Data Analytics and Simulation, Caleb University, Nigeria. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, that's been our focus today on Business Morning. We looked at from local code to global scale, what makes the difference between local companies and global brands, and also how Nigeria can leverage youth's power to unlock demographic dividend. Before we go, I'll give my take on how Nigeria can leverage youth power to unlock demographic dividend. Everybody shouts at the top of their voices and also with their keypads. Nigeria has youth, Nigeria has future. But let's be honest, we are wasting our greatest asset. Over 60% of Nigerians are under 30, yet most of them are either hustling on vibes, jackpotting, or wasting away because the government has no plans. Demographic dividend is not automatic blessings. It's a time bomb. If you do not train, employ, empower young people, that population will turn from dividend to disaster. Now, imagine if you can actually trust the youth with power, not just to dance on TikTok or vote every 4 years, but to lead industries, to drive policies, to also build companies. The same energy that the youth have used to run tech startups, go to protest grounds, create global music waves. If we channel it right, Nigeria would not be begging IMF or the World Bank. Instead, the case would be the reverse. But until leadership stops seeing youth as a threat and starts seeing us as partners, that demographic dividend would just remain one fancy grammar for conference. So I ask you, is Nigeria raising builders or are we raising a frustrated army waiting to explode? But what more can I say? I'm only but a servant, spreading the word of carnage that will come if not properly tamed. And of course, the business of the breakfast show continues with the big story after this break. Do stay with us.
are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning, we turn our focus to a critical fault line at the center of Nigeria's security crisis, the absence of a coherent, effective social protection system, and how that void continues to fuel crime and instability across the country. As economic hardship intensifies and millions of Nigerians grapple with uncertain livelihoods, the pressure on households is mounting in communities where opportunities are scarce and government system and support is weak or inconsistent. Vulnerability deepens, and with it, the risk of people being pulled into harmful or illegal activities. Experts say a stronger social protection framework across health, education, employment, and food security could ease these pressures and help millions of young Nigerians find more productive pathways. So what kind of policies should government be designing, and how can better social protection strengthen national security? Well, to unpack this morning, joining me is Benga Komolafe. He's a leading voice on social policy and governance. Welcome to the big story.
Thank you. Good morning.
It's very good to have you this morning, Mr. Benga Komolafe. To start us off, how would you define the link between Nigeria's rising insecurity and absence of a strong, well-structured social protection system?
Well, it's a truism that a strong social protection system that protects citizens against shocks and social risk is perhaps the most effective way to prevent violent crime and incidents like wars, insurgencies, banditry, and all of that seems to be very rife in Nigeria today. The truth is that Nigeria parades a broken social system. The educational system itself has been seriously flawed with workers in the sector always going on strike to protest underfunding, underpayment, while the sector has been subjected to intense brain drain. Same thing for the health sector. And for working people in the informal economy, and we all know that in Nigeria, the informal economy constitutes over 93% of the active working population, according to the latest statistics from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, NBS, which means that over 9 out of 10 Nigerians in the working age cohort lack social protection coverage. That means that they grow old without any form of pension system or old age care and support system. It also means that pregnant women in the informal sector cannot afford to seek Medicare, and so Nigeria parades one of the highest percentage of maternal deaths in the whole world, even by African standards. Nigerians' figures are frightening. Same thing goes for child and infant mortality, one of the highest, even by African standards. So the situation is so grave that people who sustain injuries at work or in any other way are left around there virtually on their own. We have systems that are supposed to take care of these things, but they exclude these working people in the informal economy. In certain parts of the country, we are witness to the fact that a lot of school-age children are actually on the streets. They are born on the streets, they grow up on the streets, they are socialized on the streets. And it's not an accident that those parts of the country also parade the worst forms of insecurity, banditry, kidnapping, and so on. So the nexus is very clear. Where social systems are broken, where working people lack social safety nets to protect against social risk and hazards. And then, of course, we're going to have intense desperation. And of course, the more people you have in desperation, the more likelihood that more people will resort to crime just to survive. The statistic worldwide shows that the countries with the most advanced social security systems are also the most secure. As a matter of fact, countries like Sweden, Denmark, Switzerland have been reported to close down their prisons because of the extremely low crime rates. And these countries also parade the most advanced social security system in the world. So the nexus is very clear between social protection systems and violent crime. That where we lack effective, efficient social protection coverage for the vulnerable populations, we also tend to have violent crime.
And I think the next question I'd ask you very quickly is, how is this pressure? How does this really affect, the vulnerable people? We're talking about the youth, the women, and all of that. How do these pressures? How does it impact them?
Yeah, interestingly, we just concluded the national dialogue on extending social protection to the informal economy in Abuja last week. It was hosted by the Federal Ministry of Labor. And of course, it was supported by International Labour Organization, the UNICEF, European Union, and so on. And these issues came out very clearly. There are supposed to be 9 social risks that human beings are supposed to be likely to be susceptible to in a lifetime, from cradle to the grave. A child will become an orphan by losing his or her parents. That child should be protected by society, by the state. And that's why countries like South Africa, what they call child care grants, protection programs to make sure that such people are not left to grow on the streets, properly taken care of, are able to access education, and so on and so forth. We don't have that in Nigeria. And that definitely is one of the reasons why we have very high crime rates in certain parts of the country, where we have very high incidence of street children. Then we can talk about women. We said it before, Nigeria carries one of the highest maternal mortality rates, because working women in the informal economy most often don't go to the hospital, except when the situation gets desperate, and usually it's too late by the time they eventually get to the hospital. They don't go for antenatal, postnatal care, and this accounts for that high rate of maternal mortality. So the effect of an healthcare system, a universal health coverage that effectively encourages women to seek healthcare, is telling in the number of women that are lost to avoidable deaths every year. For young people, the standard, according to Article 23 and 25 of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, is that when you are unemployed, you must be entitled to some support, to state support. We call it unemployment benefits. Then, if you are going for training, vocational training, and so on and so forth, you should also be able to be eligible to some sort of support to encourage you to concentrate in your work, and so on and so forth. In the informal sector, which employs over 90% of the working population, we have high incidence of occupational hazards, occupational health and safety hazards. Welders going blind because they don't use protective goggles. A lot of studies have shown that a lot of welders are going blind because using this basic protective gadget is not part of the traditional apprenticeship system. So they don't understand it. So there's a training gap, which the state very cheaply can cover and ensure that people actually use these things. The women frying gari in the village go blind because the smoke goes right into the eyes. And over time, the eyes get, the eyes suffer for it, and sometimes the women go blind. We can go on. Barbers, hairdressers, they have to use chemicals with bare hands and so on and so forth, also suffer a lot of hazards. Tailors who have to sit down for very long hours suffer musculoskeletal problems. Spray painters and mechanics who do not know about wearing overalls and are making use of basic personal protection equipment at risk of blood cancer, because that's paint, that car paint, when it goes into your bone marrow in the process of spraying, actually causes leukemia. So we can go on and on. So the absence of a coherent system of protection, education, and standard enforcement in the informal economy means millions of people avoidably exposed to terrible risk, which threatens life and without amelioration. And of course, there's a law called Employee Compensation Act, which is supposed to compensate workers who suffer accidents in the course of work, but doesn't apply to informal sector. We can talk about impact of climate change. Climate change has also terribly impacted on people working in the informal economy because most of them work under the direct sunlight. We all know the weather, the climate has gone much hotter. In other parts of the world, governments are taking measures to protect this category of people who are exposed to inclement weather. But here, nothing's happening. And that's apart from the more obvious consequence of climate change, which means the northern parts of the country is getting drier, and so there's pressure to move southwards, which of course also fuel the well-known farmer herder clashes, and so on and so forth.
I have to cut in here very quickly, real quick. In your view, can you just let us know which of the sectors, whether education, health, labor, agriculture, which of these sectors do you think that the government must prioritize if the goal is to reduce the pressure that keeps pushing people towards this criminal behavior?
Yeah, I think the most important areas that we can score quick wins in the areas of health, for instance. There is the National Health Insurance Act that provides for a first-line charge from the budget. So over time, billions, hundreds of billions have been accumulated. The purpose of that fund is to provide free health care for vulnerable populations, old people, children, pregnant women, and the disabled. But the Act also provides for state government to complement federal funding for health coverage for these cohorts. And but unfortunately, most state governments are not ready to part fund. They are not accessing these funds. So the women continue to die. People continue to suffer unnecessarily. And that's one area of quick win that we think the state governments put their act together, make the funding available, can actually provide free health coverage, universal health coverage for these vulnerable cohorts of the population. Then young people, a lot of programs have been announced over time, but the effect has been tokenistic because the coverage has been extremely limited. There needs to be more coherent response to the crisis young people are faced with. There are no jobs in the modern formal sectors of the economy. People have to cope with the young people have to find something to do in the formal economy, no matter their level of education. Young people need more direct support for training, for retraining, and also for setting up. We've had to clamor for setup of what we call work clusters. Simple work clusters can be set up to accommodate people, not only to train, but also to work together. It allows economies of scale their services can be more easily accessed, and cost of production can be drastically reduced. And for people generally working in the informal economy, we have made we've had to cry out that the health insurance scheme should be participatory. Government should part fund it. And more importantly, the pension system. There's a pension system that's supposed to cover informal sector. It says you can contribute anything you like to the pension fund. We feel that's not good enough. We believe that government should part fund informal sector contribution into the pension fund so that it can encourage participation, can incentivize people to participate, and more importantly, it can obviate, it can reduce the impact of inflation on those savings. So I need my money, inflation will not reduce to virtually nothing. If government part funds it, it means the rate of accumulation will be speedier. And at the end of the day, I will have something reasonable to fall back on at old age. So these are some of the areas we think government with very low investment of funds can achieve much more rapid results. Informal workers are not beggars, they work. And so the contributing schemes should generally apply to them, including even housing. Housing has become a crisis because a lot of people cannot afford decent housing. Government must, in accordance with our constitution, section 16(2)(d), actually provides for this thing, that government has a duty, the state has a duty to ensure that people have adequate shelter and other basic means of life and survival. So if government pays more attention to this aspect of our law as well as other international standards, which were well amplified in the national dialogue I earlier referred to, I'm sure we'll make rapid progress towards ameliorating social risk, hazards, and unnecessary suffering and desperation. And definitely, this will impact on the general security architecture, because when people are less desperate, when people do not have to agonize over where the next meal will come for their children, there tends to be much less crime. Yeah.
About policy framework in itself, what kind of cross-sector policy framework should Nigeria adopt to ensure that social protection actually evolves from short-term intervention to something that's more long-term in terms of national security strategies?
Great question. We have a social protection policy, which I understand is undergoing a review process right now. The national dialogue we had last week, hopefully we also feed directly into the review process. What we have had before now in the national social protection policy has been very heavy on handouts, conditional cash transfer for all manner of purposes. We've had money, we've had market money, ostensibly targeting market women. But if you ask the average random market woman, will tell you she doesn't know what we are talking about. But I do know university lecturer women that have been receiving that receive that money, So what we have had before has not worked. We have school feeding program. Of course, the coverage was dismally low. That happened in a few states and covered a few number of children. I think it's much more useful to focus on labor market interventions. It's easy to capture people working and capture and incorporate them into the social security, social protection systems. It's easy to say, okay, we want all welders to be part of a training program that will equip them to do their work in a much safer way. It's easier to say, okay, we want to target waste pickers, people who pick waste. They are performing even though we tend to look down upon on them, where they are performing extremely important service to society. It's easy to target them, document them, and also ensure that these people use basic protective, they wear basic protective clothing, they have basic health insurance, and so on and so forth. It's easy to say, okay, the micro pension, which is supposed to take care of informal sector old age pension needs, will be part funded by government. And it's easy to ask people to come forward for documentation, to participate in a program that will ensure that they save, while government also part fund their savings towards old age care and support. It's easy to say, okay, health insurance. If you are ready to pay 50% of your health insurance cost, government will provide the rest 50%. You know, these are interventions that are much more easily verifiable. Unlike the conditional cash transfers we have had, that tends to be extremely opaque. We don't know who received what. We don't know how many people actually receive what money. It has been played with extreme corruption, and you know, and so on and so forth. We think interventions that are actually directed at people doing their work, struggling to survive, getting the support they need, will boost productivity, will help them to actually contribute more to the economy, because they'll be able to produce more. When you are healthy, you are able to work better. When you have access to simple technologies to do your work, you produce more. So everybody is better for it. The economy is better for it. The capacity to pay taxes also increases, even for the informal worker, and so on and so forth. So we advocate that workplace interventions, labor market interventions that target working people, provide necessary support for them, ensure adequate social protection for the hazards and risks that they face, will go a long way to ameliorate the unacceptable level of poverty we have in this country, and you know, obviate desperate situation people also have to live with, which of course force some some people into violent crime. So this is what we advocate. The national dialogue, interestingly, is also focused at that level of intervention to see how people working in the informal economy can actually become part of social protection systems, and also why new system perhaps need to be created to take care of occupational health and safety issues, as well as basic survival issues that are prevalent in the informal economy.
Right, and now that we've spoken real good about, you know, the policy framework itself, let's now talk about financing, which we see that continues to be, you know, our major stumbling block. How can the government actually sustainably fund the social protection programs without placing additional strain on the economy?
Yeah, interestingly, in the Abuja program we had last week, there was a presentation by Professor Salamatu on how the pension system for informal sector could be funded. She demonstrated that you need some 0.7% of the budget. Taking 2025 budget as a point of departure, she was able to demonstrate with that about 0.7% of the 2025 budget will have funded pension savings for informal workers, at least for the year. So, which means that just a fraction of commitment of public research to some of this program would take care of what we are talking about. Then I already talked about it. There is already provision for funding social insurance, social health insurance for old people, for pregnant women, for the disabled and children. It's already there. Trillions have been accumulated over the years under the National Health Insurance Act. But the money is not being drawn by state governments. The political will is not there. And that's the most important element of social protection provision. There must be strong political will. You know, people have also lamented about data. There's no data. Well, we tell them there's enormous amount of data. A lot of people have been captured under NIN, under BVN. A lot of people have been captured under the social register implemented by the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. The Lagos State government is capturing people under LASRA. Over 7 million Lagosians have been captured on that. So we have data. We only need to integrate this data from different arms of government and mine what we need to implement to do what has to be done. We can't wait until we have perfect data. There's no perfect data anywhere in the world. The data continues to improve as we move along. We have enough to start with. So the funding is there, but the political will is definitely not there to make sure that these services are provided. Lastly, trillions are already being committed to what they call social investment fund, SIF, since the Buhari days, President Muhammadu Buhari days. Vice President of Zimbabwe used to preside over it. Later, it came under the purview of the Humanitarian Affairs Ministry. Trillions were committed to all manner of social intervention programs. We believe that most of those monies were wasted. We believe that a fraction of that money can be redirected to focused interventions in the informal economy with more verifiable and feasible impact. So we believe the funding is there. What we need is to harmonize the programs, to harmonize the data, and to actually set to work. And we will achieve good coverage in no time, and we'll be able to progressively reduce the level of desperation people have to live with, the hazards people have to cope with, the risk people have to endure on a daily basis. So life can be more worthwhile. And definitely crime, which is in itself a social problem, can be drastically reduced.
Right. And my last question just before you go is for us to look at some of these countries that have successfully reduced crime through their social protection reforms. What are some of the lessons that Nigeria can learn and adapt from these countries?
Well, the most advanced are the Scandinavian countries, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and so on and so forth. They have the most advanced social security systems. Education is virtually free. Health is accessible. If the government has to spend $10 to make sure you get well, they spend it. What that does to the citizen is that it makes you to become fiercely loyal to the state because the state takes care of you. So you are in turn very loyal. Society tends to become more cohesive, socially cohesive. And of course, interestingly, in these countries, they have been closing down their prisons. You can check online. They have been closing down their prisons in recent years because there are no prisoners. So which also tends to show that people resort to crime out of desperation. And the more you are able to reduce the level of desperation among people, then of course, less and less and less number of people will resort to violent crime. So the hallmark of these countries is the fact that they have very advanced social systems that protect people. Young people do not have to suffer to go to school. Parents do not have to develop hypertension to pay school fees or to take care of their ailing parents and so on and so forth. So these things are well taken care of. And so people tend to exude a level of well-being and you have a level of social harmony that very viable. So so these are the hallmarks. Even in the most advanced capitalist country like the USA, where everything tends to be privatized, even there you have health insurance coverage for the vulnerable, what they call the Obamacare. You have payments for those who are unemployed. They call it the dole. They call it the dole. So they paid the dole to those who are unemployed.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Gbenga Komolafe. We can't hear you anymore, but thank you so much for joining the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Thank you so much. Up next is social listening. Do stay with us. Welcome to the social listening segment on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze, and with me right here is
Onyeka Valentine.
Of course, right here to talk about what's happening in the social space and what netizens think about, the happenings. All right, the first one, former President Olusegun Obasanjo is making the headlines after saying Nigeria's long fight against Boko Haram has turned into an industry benefiting people within and outside the government. He made the comments during a virtual edition of the Toyin Falola interviews, pointing out that the war has dragged on for nearly 15 years, far longer than the civil war that ended in 30 months. Obasanjo said any conflict that lasts this long must be feeding a network of people who profit from it, whether through money, influence, or political leverage. He also criticized the country's security structure, saying outdated tactics and possible collusion are making the situation worse. He recalled a 2011 moment when Boko Haram leaders agreed to a 21-day ceasefire, a window he says the government failed to use. Even after trillions of naira spent, insecurity remains a daily reality in the north, from banditry to mass adoption. Let's take a look at what netizens are saying. Let's take a look at the tweet. And the first tweet from Crespo. And it said, I have been saying this for a while now. Governments and politicians are the ones behind insecurity. It is an industry and there are more money in it than oil business. No president can solve the issue of insecurity. Division is the only way out. Another reaction from Grace Abuki, and she said, Uncle Shege has spoken the truth. Everybody whispers. 15 years of Boko Haram is no longer just an insurgency. It's a lucrative industry. Billions allocated, soldiers poorly equipped, generals building mansions, IDPs still in the camps. When will we have the courage to audit the war account? Another one from Jig said, Boko Haram has been a thorn in our side for too long. It's frustrating to see how much of our resources and attention are being drained by this ongoing fight. We need a real strategy to tackle this and not let this continue to be a lucrative industry. And finally, from Ledowski, and it said, but it all started and festered under you the moment you granted the northern states Sharia law. I didn't see that coming. What do you think about this?
Well, again, when you have a figure like Obasanjo coming out to say that this is no longer just, a hit and run. It's now an industry that is feeding a particular people and creating livelihoods, unfortunately, of other people's lives. When someone like Obasanjo comes in and weighs with his ton of experience as former head of states, and also president, former commander-in-chief of the armed forces. That's one that talks. You will take it seriously because you can't just come out and say things that are not true, right? Whether or not we want this information to be swept under the carpet, that's not even the case. the major thing is, if he has said it now, why now? For me.
Because it's becoming, like I said, you're thorn in the flesh already.
You could have said it 10 years ago.
I think
15 years
it wasn't, so that's the reality of things now. It wasn't as,
talking about.
Yes, I know he is. It wasn't as, let me use the word serious. I think 10 years ago, it was the build-up. It was more of, okay, we are going to show you people.
Or is it because now?
It wasn't as audacious. No, I don't think, I don't see Obasanjo as a petty person.
Not at all.
Yes, Obasanjo is somebody who says his head on. You see the issue he had with Fayose. Exactly. He said the way he was, even after they even made up. So I think him coming to talk about it now is simply because now they are very audacious. Now they are like, you can't do anything to us. Remember the cartoon we saw this morning? Everybody's hands is actually tied. For what? A group of people who actually, call themselves bandits and terrorists. So I think 5 years ago, him not having to talk like 10 years ago, nobody would blame him, because it was more like, people, a group of people coming out. And again, it was just the North. If you can remember the beauty of all of this, it was like the North, the North, and everyone then had this ideology of, okay, the North, they don't really have as much educational background. Right. They are just stuck on their religious, the religious sense that they have. So everyone first was just the North. But what has made the difference is the fact that they've moved. They are now moving from one place to the other. If it's not, they're now in the eastern part.
So good enough.
Which is, I mean, like they have like villages and communities.
So this is what I was waiting for now. When I say why now, is it because we are now beginning to see that these people are crossing over down to the west?
Yes, I think that's what it is.
So which now brings me to my major topic, my major point.
Yeah.
This. You see, they say something doesn't sound or look serious until it's happening in your own backyard. I think that, look, whether or not we like it, you think Otter Farm is far away from it. In Nigeria, the bandits can enter anywhere. So is he saying it now because he's afraid that it's going to get worse?
I doubt.
But however, it's good that he's mentioned it now. I think that this idea of we don't want to engage bandits because of fear of collateral damage, it's a lie. It's a big lie, because if we wanted to deal with Boko Haram 10 years ago, tomorrow, last week, 5 years ago, look, all it takes, I mean, I'm not a security expert, we are journalists, but look at it, let's be honest. What does it take to say, this state, that state, we are now 100% clear, and we want all those civilians to leave those areas. Let's now distill that area as war zone, priority number 1, and then attack it. Any living thing, they clear it off. It's like bleach, right? Remove all the colored clothes, everything out. Leave the white ones there. Pour enough bleach. Clean up all the dirt from it. Then get those settlers and those civilians back to where they are. And I tell you, as soon as they do that, then fence our borders. I don't think in the next 3 years we're talking about Boko Haram. And it doesn't end there. Also, now we have a new defense minister. Can we now look at those politicians who are around? Because I see him as someone who will not entertain any sacred cow. Those people who are in those hidden faces in politics, there, politicians who are funding these people, whether they're traditional rulers, whether they're funding these bandits one way or the other, or giving them some safe haven, can we go after those ones? Because it's now a matter of national security, national pride, international reputation. And mind you, just what we said the last time, our last video that we had, someone commented and said, look, it's about time we speak out, and not just those in the media, you and I. Every other person speak out in favor of keeping Nigeria one. Do you know what it's like not to have a country? There are some people out there who will wish and give anything just so that they will have what? A country like Nigeria. So I've said it before, we are blessed. Arable land, we are blessed. Agriculture, we are blessed. Raw materials, we are blessed. Oil and gas, we are blessed. Rare earth material, we are blessed. What about capacity? We are blessed. Entertainment, we are blessed. Name it all. The problem we have, which I said before, is not government. God has no business in it. It is man-made. It's a leadership problem. It is within the political class. We need to go and sniff out those people who are responsible to now say, as we are dealing with the malaria, let's also make sure the mosquito in the gutter doesn't get a space. That's a fact.
All right,
let's.
So
Obama has spoken well. Unfortunately, he has said what most people are now afraid of, but has finally come to bear. It is now an industry, but thank God it's not industry focused.
It is. Meanwhile, industry focus is where we have the different people from different sector come talk about, you know, their specific sector. That's one program you should actually look out for on Business Day. All right, still on our social listening, Sheikh Hamad Gumi is back in the news after saying negotiating with terrorists is not forbidden in the Bible or Quran.
There we go again.
He says dialogue is a global conflict resolution method and can save lives. According to him, even major countries negotiate with groups they consider outlaws when it becomes necessary. Gumi made this comment in reaction to the government's no negotiation stance after the Kuriga school abduction. He said refusing dialogue only prolongs tragedy and urged President Tinubu to avoid repeating what he called the mistakes of the previous administrations. Let's take a look at some. Let's look at the reactions first. The first reaction from Noel. Noel said negotiating with terrorists is absurd. You are basically telling killers to keep abducting and murdering. The government will reward them. After every negotiation, they are free to plan the next attack. Rewarding violence is governance in reverse. Another one from Smartech, and it said calling for dialogue with bandits ignores the suffering of victims who have lost loved ones, property, and peace. Another one from the old protege, and it said true, the Bible and Quran don't forbid negotiation, but they also don't say you should shake hands with a man holding a knife to your throat. In my village, they say the thief you pet today will return tomorrow with his brothers.
Story.
And finally, Delta Wire said, Gumi keeps pushing this agenda while DSS and men of the armed forces watch him helplessly. Who's really still safe here when Gumi walks the daylight advocating for terrorists while authorities do nothing? Okay, you have the floor now.
You know, it is high time we simply remove the chaff from the rice. And to do that simply means call a spade the way it is. We shouldn't be afraid. Again, thumbs up to our new defense minister. I believe in him so much. God will not come from heaven to come and do our biddings for us. Rather, he will put some certain people in the right point to make it happen. Look, I still stand with that for me, right? What he said, no negotiation with any terrorist any longer. Let me tell you, if we had not negotiated with terrorists at the beginning, they wouldn't have had this kind of finance they have now, money they have now to buy more weapons. All you're simply doing is you are giving them money to buy more weapons, come and overpower you. That's the fact. Ordinarily, 15 years ago, who gave them money to buy rocket launchers? They don't have such money. And so whoever it is that is sponsoring them abroad is now saying, wait a minute, this business is bringing returns. So if I give them $1 million, they come back with $10 million. I keep giving them money. Why? Because it's now an industry, according to Obasanjo. So the question now is, we've been negotiating with them, bandits, kidnappers, negotiating with terrorists and Boko Haram, as the case may be, all the groups, or whatever you want to call them. These are killers, these are murderers. We've been negotiating with them for a long time. Where has it gotten us to? It has gotten to the point where a foreign president will say, Nigeria is now a disgraced country. We are coming all guns blazing.
You're not going to let that go.
You know, I won't let it go.
But like I can tell you, I agree with Trump. It has become a disgrace because the fact that there is no one out there in the world that does not understand that you do not negotiate with thieves, you don't negotiate with terrorists. Because definitely, if you negotiate, they will definitely come back. It becomes an industry, like you said, it becomes a job for them.
Way of life.
So it's really this is a disgrace that we have somebody who we consider a religious leader for a certain group of people actually come out to say things like this. This morning in the dailies, we saw that he actually said having to kidnap children is nothing. Yeah, but you having to like kill soldiers is actually a good thing, and you cannot compare the two.
I think Gumi should be arrested,
just like the tweet
tried,
said,
locked up, and then let's prepare for the worst.
Well, we can't actually do that. That's the thing, because all of this that he's saying, you can't link him to the fact that he knows about the whereabouts. So on what ground are you going to arrest him on? That's how I don't want to use the French word, but that's how the Constitution of Nigeria has been resulted to. If you arrest him, I will tell you that it's freedom of speech. It's my own opinion. This is what I think about it. Negotiate with them so that you can actually get away from it.
Maybe now we've said no negotiations with terrorists and negotiating whatever the case may be with terrorists. If we now actually say, look, pass a law that will criminalize negotiating with terrorists, they could actually hook him somewhere and wait for him to go and come forth and come and say, want to negotiate, and say, oh, so you, and lock him up. The truth of the matter is that the way to deal with terrorist criminals is to hit them with the hammer they are coming with. No story told. 2 are behind of our fighters went into Benin Republic and got the job done. Even though, yes, now they are, we have issues with Burkina Faso. But what am I trying to say is that who gave them coordinates? And it was precision strike. Who gave them coordinates can partner with Nigeria and give us coordinates of this so-called bandits? Are they evil? Are they spirits? Don't they have flesh and blood in them?
We already know, like Benin Republic now is actually a place where their borders is, they have like a good border system, unlike Nigeria, and especially in the north. You know that a part of us actually from Niger and a part of us from Cameroon. Right. There is no much structure when it comes to our borders. I think that's one of the reasons. That's one of the things Christopher Musa actually highlighted. That's the first thing. We need to sort our border system before we can actually start talking about having to talk about rooting this bandit and terrorist. Now, it's already a full-blown issue. 15 years is a long time. And they're not changing anytime soon unless, they are eradicated. So I think we shouldn't... Now, when we actually, see the likes of Gumi on the papers, on TV, for me, it's like, having to pay mind to him. For people like that, you don't pay mind to them. I think it's high time we actually block our ears from people who decide to be backward.
He's helping to feed these people because so he's more or less like their mouthpiece.
That's that, yeah.
Because if he's a mediator in between, that's in him. On one end you have the terrorists.
Gumi, that's why I said Gumi is just saying what he has to say, because the problem stemmed from, you get to catch some of this Boko Haram, and then you now wake up tomorrow, we are seeing that, they are Boko Haram apologists, that they are sorry, they are now reformed, and now you put them back in the... These are the problem. I remember one of the senators actually pushed for, when this Boko Haram issue was moving towards Benue and Kogi, before it became a full-blown thing. One of the senators actually pushed that, why don't you legalize arms so that when anybody actually comes... That's why I laughed. I scoffed this morning when, you said you shoot them gun blazing. What did you say? I laughed this morning because it has been passed already. People have insisted that say, okay, this should be it. If the government can't be everywhere. They can't create a solution where everyone is protected. Legalize guns for these people. I'm telling you that these people, they don't have communities. In eastern parts of the country, they have their own chiefs.
And we know where they are.
Anyways, let's really hope that the Minister of Defense, he has a plan that looks very promising. Let's just hope that this is going to be
hit them tit for tat, give them heavy hammer on the head, and let us use some strategic weapon that look.
All right, let's move to our last story. And then tensions rose briefly this week after Burkina Faso detained 11 Nigerian military officers and impounded a Nigerian Air Force C-130 aircraft. Both countries presented different accounts. Nigerian officials said the plane made a precautionary landing due to a technical concern on its way to Portugal for maintenance. But Burkina Faso and its partners in the alliance of Sahel states said the aircraft entered their airspace without approval and called it a violation of sovereignty. AES member states were placed on maximum alert and an investigation began immediately. The officers were eventually released the next day and allowed to return to Nigeria. The plane is expected to continue its journey once technical checks are completed. Let's take a look at what netizens have to say concerning this. And the first one from Chioma said, what was Nigeria looking for there? They left on their airspace, went all the way to Burkina Faso. That's not how the airspace work anyway, Chioma. And then we have Kashmir, and Kashmir said, aircraft that develop technical problems does not need any authorization before landing in any country, according to international law. Burkina Faso should not try any nonsense with Nigeria. They, with their accolades, could not bear the consequences. Or accolades. And we have Black Man, and he said, there's no need for West African countries to be fighting against each other. We should sheath our sword and work together. And finally, Abdul Fatai Olalikon said, would you rather have them crash than have an emergency landing because of no authorization? We shouldn't make an issue out of it. We should create or celebrate the fact that everyone on board is safe. Burkina Faso should let our people go. I beg. They've been released already. But I don't know. I say this as a working country. You don't, I don't care if you, like you say, there is no excuse for when you go against the law, there's no excuse.
But okay, go ahead.
I feel like if you violate my airspace, I should take action. Because how do I know? I think that's the reason why they actually released the soldiers, because they actually got to find out that, okay, it was actually, yeah. Exactly. So how would I know that it was a maintenance issue if I don't arrest you, if I don't lock you up? And that will show you a country to understand that there is a sovereign nation, and you don't just do as you please. What do you think about it?
I mean, truth be told, every nation has the right to control its territorial waters. If it's a landlocked country, its own borders, its airspace. These are the rights of that particular nation. Also, like we rightly have seen, one of our contributors there said, look, internationally, once a plane has developed a fault, the plane cannot stop in the air. It has to land somewhere.
How will I know?
So it's good that at least
communication. There was no communication.
Yes. So I'm sure, but we don't know if the technical fault also knocked down the communication system.
How will I know?
Exactly. So if I was in Burkina Bay, right, if I was a citizen of Burkina Faso, and then I work for the government, obviously the same thing is what I would do, which is hold down the plane, run investigations to make sure truly they actually are from Nigeria, because they could be from a terrorist nation and terrorist point we don't know, and posed to be Nigerians. So it's good at least they were able to stop the plane, run their background checks. I mean, no harm done. They're not holding them against the will any longer. You know, everything was done normally, and then they radioed back, communicated with Nigerian army, the Nigerian authorities, and all that was hopefully has been sorted out, as the case may be. What this means is this: one, let's understand that it's a technical fault. If that's what exactly happened, it can happen to even a brand new plane. Secondly, what this also means is that it's important before you even leave your own airspace, be rest assured, even if your route is across a different country, cut across information on time, unless maybe it's a covert operation where you want less people to know about it. You know, that's a different case. Then there's the third part to it. It could be, who knows, it could be a political move.
And I think that's one of the reasons why I like the fact that Burkina Faso took they took action. Like I said, I still maintain that stance. It shows that they know what you're doing, that they actually put together as a country, and must really give it to them. But good they think that the Nigerian soldiers have been released and the plane is on its way to Portugal, and hopefully it gets to its destination. And that's all on Social Listening today. We touched on Obasanjo's claim about insecurity becoming an industry, Gumi's push for negotiation, and the Burkina Faso detention incident. I am Deborah Eze, and I didn't do this alone. I did it with
Onyeka Valentine.
Join us again next time on Business Day Television. Have yourself a beautiful morning.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
morning and welcome to Business News Hour. My name is Norma Obona. Let's take a look at the major business stories making headlines today. Foreign investors return to Nigeria's stocks after FX reset. Naira cools for 7 straight trading days. Nigeria risks FDI as 30% CTI beats global average. NNPC unit hits highest oil output since 1989 at 355,000 BPD. CBN revokes 1,435 bureau de change licenses for not meeting recapitalization terms. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where foreign investors have turned net buyers of Nigerian equities for the first time in 3 years, marking a decisive shift in sentiment towards Africa's most populous nation. Offshore funds injected 1.1 trillion naira into the market in the first 10 months of 2025, outpacing outflows of 909 billion naira and delivering the strongest positive net position since pre-foreign exchange crisis days, according to data from the NGX. The turnaround caps a 3-year stretch of persistent net sales, from 344 billion naira inflows against 400 billion naira outflows in 2024 to even deeper deficits in 2023, and signals confidence in Nigeria's currency reforms and improving liquidity conditions that had long kept foreign money on the sidelines. Stakeholders say 2025 has emerged as a net positive year of the Nigerian equities market, with foreign portfolio inflows exceeding outflows, a sharp reversal from when more funds exceeded than entered. Temi Pupuola, Group Managing Director and CEO of the NGX Group, said portfolio management inflows into Nigeria's equities signal a clear resurgence of global confidence in our market. And moving on, the Naira has cooled for 7 consecutive trading days, reflecting sustained demand pressure tied to heightened festive season import needs, according to the traders, who said the markets had been under a mild but persistent strain as businesses front-loaded their FX obligations ahead of the year-end. Data published by the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the Naira depreciated marginally by 5 Naira after the dollar was quoted at 1,454.38 Naira on Tuesday, compared to 1,444.43 Naira recorded on December 1st, 2025 at the Nigerian Foreign Exchange Market. On a daily basis, the currency slipped by 0.2% or 2.52 Naira to close at 1,454.38 Naira yesterday against 1,451.86 Naira on Monday. The pressure extended to the parallel market, where the Naira weakened by 3 Naira to close at 1,483 Naira on Tuesday compared to 1,480 Naira the previous day. Traders say the movement in both markets underscored the persistent tightness in liquidity, even as Nigeria recorded only $2 billion in FX inflows in November, the lowest in 16 months despite the increased CBN interventions. Analysts at FBN Quest described the inflow level as the weakest since July 2024, when it stood at $1.9 billion, adding that tight liquidity amid persistent demand pressure heightened volatility throughout November, which contributed to Naira's 1.3% depreciation that month to 1,446.90 Naira per dollar. And still on at 30%, Nigeria's company income tax, also known as CTI, stands well above the global average statutory corporate tax rate of about 23.5%, raising fresh concerns about competitiveness at the time the country is progressively pursuing foreign investment. Under the Nigeria Tax Act 2025, companies pay 30% of their profits as CTI, but analysts say this headline rate, which is already one of the highest in Africa, has become a major sticking point for investors weighing Nigeria against rival markets. Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, revealed that the federal government may soon ease the burden, noting that a proposal to reduce the rate to 25% is currently being considered. According to Oyedele, the committee had initially incorporated the proposal for a 25% CIT review under the law, but it was rejected by the governors. And to address this, a conditional provision requiring approval from the National Economic Council, NEC, was introduced. He explained that a formal request has now been sent to NEC, expressing optimism that the matter will be resolved before the tax law is finalized either by the end of December or early 2026, ahead of when taxpayers are expected to begin remitting under the revised framework. And meanwhile, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPC, says its upstream subsidiary, NNPC Exploration and Production Limited, NEPL, has reached its highest daily crude production in more than 3 decades, hitting 355,000 barrels per day on December 1st. NNPC spokesperson Andy O'Day said in its statement on Tuesday that the output marks NEPL's strongest performance since 1989 and represents a major step forward for Nigeria's oil industry. According to the company, the average daily production has risen by 52% in 2 years, climbing from 203,000 barrels per day in 2023 to 312,000 in 2025. NNPC attributed the gains to a strategy centered on operational efficiency, asset optimization, and structured field development. The state-owned firm says NEPL's performances demonstrate that Nigeria's upstream sector can recover from years of volatility when backed by strong leadership and disciplined operations. It added that the record output brings national targets of producing 2 million barrels per day by 2027 and 3 million by 2030 closer to reach. Group Chief Executive Bayo Ojulari said the latest milestone shows that Nigeria's energy rival is no longer just a vision, but underway. And in other news, a total of 1,435 Bureau de Change operators have lost their operating licenses after failing to meet the new capital requirements set by the Central Bank of Nigeria, marking one of the most sweeping regulatory cleanups in the subsector. The CBN made it clear that any agency under the Bureau de Change that did not meet the conditions of the revised guidelines as of November 30th, 2025 has automatically ceased to exist as its license is no longer valid. The Apex Bank communicated this in a document titled Frequently Asked Questions on the Current Reform of the Bureau de Change Subsector published on its website. In response to a question on the fate of old BDCs unable to meet the new licensing requirements, the CBN explained that it had initially provided a 6-month transition window beginning on June 3rd, 2024 and ending on December 3rd, 2024 for all existing operators to comply with the recapitalization and other provisions of the new guideline. According to the CBN, any legacy BDC that failed to meet the requirements of the new guidelines as at November 30th, 2025 has ceased to be a BDC as its license no longer exists, urging the public to visit its website for updated list of authorized operators. The development comes after the backdrop of a massive overhaul in the sector. As of 2023, the CBN had confirmed 5,687 licensed BDCs in operation, but on March 1st, 2024, it revoked the licenses of 4,173 operators over serial regulatory breaches, which reduced the number to active BDCs to around 1,517 by November 27, 2025. Now, only 82 operators were granted final licenses under a stricter regulatory framework designed to sanitize the markets. You're still watching Business News Hour. We'll be taking a short break and we'll return with the rest of the news. Just stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. Oh God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. Moving on, the Central Bank of Nigeria has launched a major overhaul of the Agricultural Credit Guarantee Scheme Fund, unveiling a new strategic direction aimed at expanding credit access to smallholder farmers and accelerating national food security efforts. Speaking in Abuja at the inauguration of the reconstituted ACGSF board, CBN Governor Mr. Olayemi Cardoso described the revamp as a new dawn for agricultural financing. He said the initiative reflects the federal government's renewed commitment to reposition agriculture as a driver of inclusive growth, rural development, and economic diversification. Cardoso noted that the new scheme, established in 1977, remains one of the country's most impactful development finance tools. Yet, despite employing nearly two-thirds of Nigeria's low-level force and contributing over 20% to the GDP, the agri sector continues We do apologize for that breaking transition. Moving on, Cardoso noted that the ACJSF, established in 1977, remains one of the country's most impactful development finance tools. Yet, despite employing nearly 2/3 of Nigeria's labor force and contributing over 20% to the GDP, the agri sector continues to receive less than 5% of total bank credits. The CBN governor stressed that the agricultural landscape has evolved far beyond subsistence farming, now governed by integrated value chains, technology, climate risks, and a growing agri-tech ecosystem. Cardoso emphasized that the central objective of the revamp is to unlock affordable credit for smallholders who account for 90% of the nation's agricultural output but remain underserved due to limited collateral, poor credit history, and weak access to financial services. And now, away from that story, the federal government has begun the process of repaying the 4 trillion naira debt owed to the power generation companies with the launch of a 590 billion naira first tranche bond issuance. The first tranche, part of a wider 4 trillion naira NBET Finance Company PLC bond program, is guaranteed by the federal government. It compromises of 300 billion naira in cash bonds to be issued to the market and 290 billion naira in non-cash bonds to be directly allotted to GENCOs on identical terms. The bond issuance marks a major step by President Bola Tinubu's administration to resolve what experts describe as one of the most crippling financial crises in Nigeria's power sector. Repayment will be funded primarily through the national budget, with NBET's recoveries from DISCOs serving as a secondary source. Cardinal Stone Partners Limited, the lead issuing house and financial advisor of the forthcoming federal government-backed electricity bond, has invited institutional investors to an investor forum ahead of the planned issuance. In another development, the National Air Transport Association has projected that global airlines will post a combined net profit of $41 billion in 2026, up from $39.5 billion in 2025, indicating a stabilization of profitability despite lingering supply chain challenges. In its latest financial report, the association said the projected figure would set a new industry record, although the net profit margin is expected to remain unchanged at 3.9%. Net profit per passenger is forecast at $7.90, below the 2023 high of $8.50 and unchanged from 2025. Operating profit is expected to rise to $72.8 billion in 2026 from $67.0 billion in 2025, translating to a net operating margin of 6.9% compared to the 6.6% projected for 2025. IATAs further projected that total industry revenues would reach 1.053 trillion naira in 2026, representing a 4.5% increase over the $1.008 trillion expected in 2025. And finally, to wrap up the business news, the Nigerian Railway Corporation has recorded a net deficit of 26.4 billion naira in the 2023 financial year, despite generating 19.17 billion naira in revenue, highlighting the persistent financial strain facing the nation's rail operator. According to the financial statement by the Ministry of Finance, Incorporated, a breakdown of the 2023 performance shows that non-exchange revenue stood at 12.12 billion naira, while exchange revenue contributed 7.05 billion naira, bringing total earnings to 19.17 billion naira. And on the asset side, the NRC reported total non-current assets of 862.86 billion naira in 2023, reflecting the scale of infrastructure and long-term investments under its control. Current assets included receivables of 20.75 million naira, inventory of 5.40 billion naira, and bank and cash balances of 3.34 billion naira. And that wraps up our Business News Hour. I am Norma Obuna. Thanks for watching and stay tuned to Business Day Television.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Scrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning on the big story, we're examining a pressing issue affecting families across Nigeria, the sharp increase in fees across public universities and the growing belief that this may be driving students towards the Nigeria Education Loan Fund, which is a student loan scheme. With fees in some federal institutions rising by over 70 to 100%, many are questioning whether public universities are still fulfilling their mandate of affordable education. To help us explore the cultural and social implications of this shift, we're joined by culture advocate Seun Olota. Welcome to the show, Seun.
Morning, thank you, Lizzie.
It's good to have you this morning. Seun, let's start by talking about culturally. We see that public universities have always been the equalizer for Nigerian families. When you see fees jumping this drastically, what does it signal to you about the direction of our educational culture?
Well, it's actually very disturbing, but on the other hand, also, we can't blame the universities. Reason being that they have a lot to face, cost of running the schools, operational costs, maintenance, they have salaries to pay, recurrent expenditures and all that. And the government is actually not fulfilling its promises from the past. There was a time, because I liaise with my lecturers and I do things with them in the university. There was a time the lecturers even said they were not fighting for their own remuneration, but can you just please update the system, upgrade the system? So it's a mixture of things, but we also, that's where this conversation are coming in from different angles. We can't push the whole of the way to the students. We can't push the whole of the way to parents. Even the lecturers are parents too. Some of their children are in the system. A lot of them, their children are in the system. So it's the Nigerian factor, and at this developmental stage of Nigeria, we all have to just come in with our expertise, our contributions. I can, like one Nigerian businessman was saying something the last time that rich people should just cut down on their lavish lifestyle and let's put money into proper investment. And education is one of such investments that will secure our future. Imagine if we send our kids abroad to go and study, give them all the benefits, or let them study in the best of schools here, they will still aspire to become maybe ministers, governors, lawmakers, or even run their own businesses. And at the end of the day, they rise to the top and they find out people surrounding them are these street boys who could not afford education many years ago. What are they going to do? Or they find people who are not equipped for the job. That's what we're finding with some of the graduates, not all the graduates, but some of the graduates. They finish from schools because some of the schools are not well equipped, some of the lecturers are demotivated, but we still have lecturers that are motivated and dedicated to the job. So it's a whole lot of mixtures. But with the NEL Fund, I think the NEL Fund is a good step in the right direction for Nigeria. We just have to keep bettering the developmental process, our developmental process, because initially the enactment of 2023 was repealed and reenacted with the 2024 Act. And that is just about development. It's not anything fantastic that one governor or one president signed into law. You have been given the responsibility to represent the people. And for every growth, the successors must build on past successes and past development. So it's just something natural, not anything extraordinary, but it's a good step that some of the challenges of the past were factored into this new one. And in terms of barrier of qualification requirement to access the loan or to qualify for the loan, administration of the loan, the bodies administering the loan, and the purpose also, and what it caters for in terms of speed. The past one did not cater for expense, living expense, and institutional charges, which in fact is being scholars and professionals have even said that the institutional fees, they constitute more than the amount for the school fees. So that has been factored in and is a good step in the right direction. maybe as we go along, we go deeper into some other issues.
Right. Sean, one of the things we see is that parents are saying that the system is slowly pricing them out. When you're looking from a cultural standpoint, what does this actually do to family aspirations and to generational progress in itself?
Well, see, for some families now, this will cause culture gap, as we call knowledge gap, income gap, a lot of gaps, a lot of deficiencies, and a lot of problems. Also, that, I mean, somebody who cannot afford to acquire good education definitely will not even aspire for something greater. And there will also be that complex that start to set in over time. So it's something that has to be really looked into and worked on. And some family, they have this cultural, a family tradition. Oh, family tradition of maybe businessmen, of running family businesses, of being professionals. But it happens, finance of the family might be affected in some way. So those kids or those children will not keep that legacy of the family. The legacy is not for the family, for the parents trying to use their children to fulfill their own failed ambition, but just that, look, averagely in this family, even if you want to become a pepper seller, you must attain basic education. So some families, maybe somebody who was incapacitated or parents who died along the line, such children, and that's why we must give it to NELFON. Initially, the criteria was that, part of the criteria was that you need to have maybe families with income within the range of 500,000 naira in a year. There are even some middle-class families who earn more than that also struggle to pay school fees. So I think this will lessen the burden, the problem on those families. And but interestingly, I just found out that the funds, regionally, people that access the fund, you find more from north, central, north, west, south, west, and maybe north central. Benin, I can't find in the southeast. What is happening? The same thing with this opportunity was called for recruitment to the Nigerian army. We still find this kind of gap also. So I think the southeastern governors really need to encourage their people or give orientation to their people. Nobody's against anybody. The ball has been set, the game field has been set open. Come in and play. Come in and apply for these things. And the caveat also is that for the students, it's a privilege. It's not your right. Well, it's your right also, but it shouldn't be abused. We all don't need some of these loans. It's not all loans that are really good for you, really. I mean, and I also found some other loopholes in it. For instance, for somebody that just wants to use it for 2 years or would need it for maybe like a year to continue, must they take the 4 years loan? And also for postgraduate students who studies just maybe like 1 year or for 2 years, won't they be able to qualify for this loan? They should start to look in this direction too. So that, because I mean, we have grants are already coming to lecturers, a lot of grants abroad. That's why a lot of Nigerians have been able to study abroad. And for people who have enjoyed this facility, they should understand that there's also a responsibility on them not to block the way for others coming, because some other people ahead have done things that made this possible for them. Also, what will happen in case of when somebody drops out? Are we going? So will that money waste? Except it's for technical ability kind of study, where the technical ability. But we even need to follow up with such people. Where did they move to? Now, there is also one area in this, the diaspora remittances, the diaspora fund that come into Nigeria, estimated around 20 to 25 billion dollars, about 5.5 to 6%, 5 to 6% of Nigeria's GDP. That is very, very huge. And that has really saved a lot of families. I really saved a lot of business people by friends supporting them, or a sister or brother coming in with goods and telling them to sell, or just giving them forex to change things. That if Nigeria wants to really capture or work on this Japa syndrome, Nigeria can formalize it. So it's just like skilled men coming in from Benin to come and do Thailand. I mean, the best Thailanders in Nigeria are people from those places. Most, in fact, best tailors, because our children don't even want to read, don't want to learn these trades anymore. Everybody wants to go to formal school. Sometimes some people that don't even have any business in such places, because there is also even segregation between even universities graduates and polytechnic graduates and colleges of education graduates. So I think it's about an orientation thing and developmental too. As we're developing, we should develop our people, our system, and our mindset. The basic way to do it is just putting structures in place. The university is the first place. We should okay, now we're talking about the hiking in price, in education price, cost of school fees, tuition fees, and all that. Modern aid equipment to teach are not cheap. Probably they have to sort for them from Europe or the Americas. It's not cheap. If we won't have to manufacture them locally, these materials are not cheap. Operating laboratory.
Coming here, Sean, I hear all that you say, but I'm just going to ask a very quick question. We are seeing students saying that school authorities are actually encouraging them to just take the loan, just like you have mentioned. Do you think that this fee hike that we're seeing is indirectly pushing young people into a debt culture?
Well, for businessmen, we talk about good loan and bad loan. If you're collecting loan to service lavishness, that is so foolish. That's bad loan. But if I have a bid to do something or to bid for bigger job as a small company and I don't have the funds, I can team up with people, partnership. I can get bank loan. I can sort for loan for friends or family. And if I get angel investor, it's good. This one is like an angel investor, not pushing the money at you, making the money available. Do you need it? If you really need it, go for it. I mean, even the biggest of them all in business, they don't all use their private personal money to run their business concerns. One time or the other, you need loan, and loan does not necessarily have to be financial. Sometimes it can be leveraging on goodwill, on material resources, and some others. It can also be in terms of grants, or grants if you don't have to pay back, but before you are given the grant, they will look at the sustainability of what they also are putting. It's a kind of investment. So this is a kind of investment. That was what I was trying to say, that the students should not. That's where the guardian should also help these children to maintain their mental balance in terms of not getting carried away. Don't think it's free for all. This money that has to be paid back, and don't, instead of spending 4 years or 2 years, do like my father will always say, just get what you have to get and leave the place, because the following year the requirement might change. A lot of factors can come in. So it's just for the student also to know that as their parents are trying, they should also start to take on responsibility. And I'm very sure that, the body in charge of the body managing the fund, they do their own due diligence also to screen, but not screen in terms of that's kind of screening that will be like for people bidding for position. They just want to check that you're in Nigeria, you have an aviation, you have an A9 and BVN, we can track you. So I mean the lecturers are just trying to encourage them. But I think in between all this, we should just then the public-private partnership too can help lessen, like for laboratories, for people who are in mass communication, you are a communicator also. Most of their studios may not be up to date, or people in the informal sector, even just in the theaters, we find some of the series, but the series may not be enough. We have a lot of studios, a lot of creative centers in Lagos where they can just attach their students to, or practice not only the practical but the hands-on experience. When we talk about the town and the gown coming together, so when they get into the field, they are not like, because I was listening to a TV broadcast week back, and this man said a lecturer in the university, I think a doctor, had to come to their newsroom and get employed. That when we started sending him around, do this, sir, press this, do this, and the man was just like, wow, I've been teaching these courses for years, theoretically teaching now. But the practical hands-on experience, these are the people who are doing the day-to-day activities. You are the journalists going to interview people on the field. It's different from, investigative journalism 101, you do this, you verify your story, you do this, you do that. It's different from the people who really go. So these labs are there. The public-private partnership can also help lessen we're not pushing the responsibility to them, but in the meantime, it can, over time, as the universities are getting funded to upgrade, because we cannot underemphasize. I mean, you can see the same thing that happened with Harvard and the president of the United States recently trying to cut down their funding. They took him to court. Even with that, they're still saying the funds are still not enough. And this fund, if the university can get well funded for researches, they can trade knowledge. They can trade intellectual property. The engineering department, whatever they build, can be put on sale. They look for investors also, international investors that can come into massive production of some of these prototypes. So it's a whole lot of work. But the basic fact is that I don't want to use third world. The developing countries have their peculiar challenges, and as it will affect their finances, it will affect health, it will affect education, it will affect, but it doesn't mean we should not fold our hands and say nothing can be done, nothing should be done. But for me, when I saw the NEL fund, I saw the reformation. For me, in my own days, we just get scholarship, we get federal, what is your state bursary fund, one scholarship also that I won. They just gave us some part of the money, and they said the remaining part will be used for buying your book materials, and that was the end of it. So that's the reason why this new reform came, where the money will be disbursed directly to in the right way, the administration, so that the issue of corruption, issue of nepotism and all that can really be. But Nigerians, they find their ways around it. Multiple disbursement can be checked. Nigerians find their ways around it, but with this current one, I think we should give it to them. And I believe as they move forward, another developmental, there will be, it's just like researches, people or feedbacks that come in, and after a while, I think we should reform this, we should reform it. So we get better.
Right.
We get better.
Yeah, and we also see that some of the parents actually fear that this higher education, they think that it may soon become accessible only to a select few. Do you see this actually happening, and do you see this widening Nigeria's inequality gap?
we've said that before, and we have been saying this over time, that education, now for the private universities, that one is a fact, that you must be the children of the rich. People abroad, the private universities are there too, but not as overpriced as ours here. You can get even private universities that even also give scholarship, that give those incentives for bright students. Some are own faith-based, like we have the CMS grammar schools and those missionary schools. They still have some of them. I have a friend in Canada who she moved from Haiti to Canada for further studies, and she was sponsored by a religious body. So that gap for the poor not being able to afford education, if we're not careful, it will get to that, and it's almost getting to that. And so disturbing that even the one that we all should be enjoying, the public universities, the prices that the fees are getting alarming. But I'm very confident that the lecturers and the school administrators are not doing that to without anybody. But the reality of the time is just that. It's just like salaries are not increased in many business and government concerns. And even the heads, they go to the same market as their driver, their gatemen, their office assistants, and the manager. But some of them are not reviewing these salaries while they are getting raised pays as the lawmakers are getting bigger, and the people that. So it's making us not even close the gap, the poverty gap. It's making us not close. So it's the same way, the same thing happening. But with this education, in the education sector, we need to fight it brutally. In the sense that, okay, education, rather than we seeing it as social investment, we are seeing it as social investment. Some people are beginning to see that only a cash and carry, only you that have money can access it. It shouldn't be. Just as it's done with children, a child does not be found at home abroad, even your neighbor will report you. It's like a socially shared responsibility. Not even now social responsibility anymore.
Okay. So what does this also tell us, real quick, for students that are considering dropping out or shifting to vocational path, what does this tell us about the evolution of our youth culture and our future identity?
Yeah, the current youth culture about making money and making it fast is also at play too. And the segment before Mr. Richard spoke about that also, that idea that you can see somebody that cannot even express himself, he gets on YouTube. We are not saying we want to glorify such things. He just makes the mess of himself and he becomes a celebrity. And there was even one recently that called for graduates and people showed up. As it's not that people laughed at that event, but for me, it says so much about the future and the direction Nigeria is heading, which has to be rescued. A lot of them don't believe that, and I think it has to also do what kind of parents they have. It also has to come from home too, but even some parents are not exposed to that level. That's where National Orientation Agency have to come in, and people that have a voice, you have a platform, you're playing your own part, you're doing your own beats, and okay, look at the celebrity, the reality shows. Somebody just goes there from nowhere, nothing, and comes overnight, it becomes a million. Who will out? Then you go for mathematics competition and debate competition. You come out and they give you just a laptop and maybe 150,000 naira, 20,000 naira. So how how are we making education attractive? We're talking about people that dropped out based on those factors. There are also those that dropped out because they cannot afford it. And there are some that cannot cope, meaning that we're just pushing everybody. Because if you don't like university, it becomes a trend that, oh no, I must go to university. But just for some people in Europe, in the Western world, once they discover your talent, maybe from childhood, like the likes of Messi and those kind of people, they start to tailor you towards that talent. They attach you with a master, but you learn the basic writing, reading, aptitude skill, and you already said there's no point going to learn algebra that you may not ever use in your life. All those SOCAT, all those things we learned, all those exponentials we learned in further maths. I didn't, well, I might be using them not consciously, but sometimes you don't even have any business with some of these things.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Seun Olota, for joining us this morning on The Big Story. Your insights were truly welcome and very insightful. Thank you so much, and do enjoy the rest of your day.
It's really a pleasure.
Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
You are watching Business Day Television.
This is the Business Day TV News Update brought to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up,
Vision.
this is the Business Day Television News Update brought to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, IATA forecasts delay aircraft supply recovery until 2031 to 2034. NEPL hits 355,000 barrels per day, records highest daily output in 36 years. And NAFDAC cautions Nigerians as OKI, Fino, and other unsafe cooking oils circulate. Crypto regulation in Nigeria needs CBN SEC alignment to succeed. Checking the football. Now, thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. The International Air Transport Association says the global aircraft supply chain will not return to normal before 2031 to 2034, warning that delivery shortfalls and a record order backlog are still constraining airlines worldwide. IATA says aircraft deliveries only began to recover in late 2025, with production set to accelerate in 2026, while supply will remain far below demand. The association revealed that more than 17,000 aircraft are now on order, equivalent to nearly 12 years of production, creating a deep structural mismatch. The report shows airlines are keeping older jets in service longer as shortages of engines, skilled labor, and slow certification timeline worsen delays, while travelers are already feeling the impact through higher fares and reduced scheduling flexibility. IATA is recommending expanded repair capacity, better supplier coordination, and wider use of predictive maintenance to ease pressure and improve aircraft availability. And moving on, NNPC and E&P Limited has recorded its highest crude oil output in 36 years, hitting 355,000 barrels per day on 1st December 2025. The figure was released in Abuja on Tuesday by NNPC Limited Chief Corporate Commissioner or Communications Officer Andy Ode, who said it marks NEPL's strongest performance since 1989. According to reports, NELP's average production has climbed from 203,000 barrels per day in 2023 to 312,000 in 2025, marking a 52% surge, while officials say the rise stems from improved field development, stronger assets management, and major upgrades to internal operations. Group CEO Bashir Bayo Julari says the milestone shows Nigeria's energy resurgence is already unfolding, boosting investor confidence as the country races towards its 2027 and 2030 output target, with executives adding that the gains reflect safer, more responsible and sustainable upstream operations. NEPL says the breakthrough strengthens national revenue prospect, energy security and long-term sector stability, coming as the federal government seeks to ramp up production and attract $60 billion in new energy investment by 2030. And still on, NAFDAC has issued a nationwide warning on the spread of substandard and unregistered edible oils across Nigeria, following a market surveillance exercise that exposed illegally imported products circulating widely under unfamiliar brands. The agency says oils labeled Oki, Fino, Super, Delcy, and Lajonic are being stored in secret warehouses and distributed across Lagos, Kano, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Onitsha, Aba, and Warri, lamenting that the products have no NAFDAC numbers, no known manufacturers, and unknown safety standards. NAFDAC warns the oils may contain harmful residues and impurities that could trigger heart disease, liver damage, and other long-term health problems, urging importers, retailers, and healthcare workers to maintain strict vigilance and avoid stocking unregistered products. Consumers are advised to check labels, inspect product, and report suspicious items through NAFDAC's hotline, emails, or online platforms. And coming up, crypto regulation in Nigeria needs CBN SEC alignment. This and more after this commercial break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. This is still the news update and still on the Nigerian business scene. The Nigerian crypto executive Chike Okonkwo has warned that regulating the industry may fail without coordination between key regulators. The business development and marketing lead at YDP revealed that Securities and Exchange Commission has begun licensing crypto operators but cannot manage the fast-growing sector alone. Okonkwo said regulatory uncertainty persists because the Central Bank of Nigeria, which oversees banks, has not issued clear rules for partnerships with crypto firms, adding that without CBN alignment, banks remain cautious, limiting liquidity channels and slowing adoption of digital assets like stablecoins, which are increasingly tied to monetary policy and dollar savings. According to reports, Nigeria is now the world's second largest stablecoin market, driven by economic uncertainty, cross-border transaction needs, and a young digital population. The crypto executive urged closer CBN to SEC collaboration to strengthen oversight, ensure market trust, and allow crypto regulation to succeed. And away from that story, ECOWAS has declared a state of emergency across West Africa following a surge in military coups. The announcement was made in Abuja by ECOWAS Commission President Omar Liu Toure during the 55th Ordinary Session of the Mediation and Security Council. Toure described the coup as a grave threat to peace and democratic governance, calling for urgent action to protect democracy, boost regional security, and prevent further unrest. Recent crises reported include failed and successful takeovers in Benin, Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea, and Niger. ECOWAS has reportedly deployed its standby force to Benin to defend constitutional order and is preparing an extraordinary summit to approve tougher sanctions and security measures. Tensions are also rising after a Nigerian Air Force plane made a precautionary landing in Burkina Faso, prompting regional diplomatic scrutiny. And still on, foreign investors have returned to Nigerian equities for the first time in 3 years, marking a major shift in market sentiment as new figures show that offshore funds injected 1.1 trillion naira between January and October 2025, outpacing outflows and signaling renewed confidence. The turnaround follows years of persistent net sales and comes as currency reforms and improved liquidity ease long-standing concerns, as market operators say 2025 has emerged as a clear net positive year, reversing the heavy deficits recorded in 2023 and 2024. NGS Group CEO Temi Popola says the resurgence reflects stronger reforms, digital innovations, and wider investor participation across sectors and instruments. Regulators add that improved sovereign ratings, Nigeria's removal from the FATF grey list, and rising market liquidity have further strengthened inflows. And to end the local news, the Naira weakened for the 7th straight trading day on Tuesday as rising festive season imports demand kept pressure on the market. Traders say businesses are front-loading their foreign exchange needs ahead of year-end, tightening liquidity across the system. Central Bank data shows the Naira slipped to 1,454 Naira 38 kobo at the official market, while the prime market closed 1,483 Naira, while November inflows fell sharply to $2 billion, the lowest in 16 months, deepening the strain and worsening volatility across both markets. Analysts warned that tight liquidity and persistent demand drove the currency recent declines, with November alone recording a 1.3% depreciation. The CBN, however, issued new travel allowance rules, limiting cash payout and tightening documentation for BTA, PTA, medical payments, and school fees applications. And coming up, Kenya's central bank lowers main lending rates by 25 basis points. This and more after this commercial break.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Scrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Welcome back. We now head to Africa, where Kenya's central bank reduced its benchmark lending rate by 25 basis points to 9.0% on Tuesday, saying there was scope for further easing to stimulate lending by banks to the private sector. The Central Bank of Kenya revealed in a statement that this will augment the previous policy actions aimed at supporting economic activity, while ensuring inflationary expectations remain firmly anchored and the exchange rate remains stable. Kenya's inflation was at 4.5% year-on-year in November, slightly lower than the previous month's reading of 4.6% and within the 2.5 to 7.5% target band. Reports, however, revealed that the benchmark lending cut significantly marked the bank's ninth rate cut in a row. And still in Africa, U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Gray on Tuesday revealed is open to treating South Africa differently than other African countries if Washington extends a trade initiative with sub-Saharan Africa that expired in September. Gray told the U.S. Senate Appropriations Subcommittee hearing that the Donald Trump administration was open to a one-year extension of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, but viewed South Africa as a unique case and could consider excluding it from the trade initiative if Congress pushed for that outcome. The trade representative added that South Africa needed to lower tariff on U.S. products and non-tariff barriers on American goods if it wanted the U.S. to reduce its 30% duties on South African goods. Tensions have been running high between the U.S. and South Africa, the continent's most developed economy, after Washington boycotted a summit of leaders from the G20 group of major economies hosted by Pretoria last month, as the U.S. said it would exclude South Africa from the G20 summit in Miami next year. And on the foreign scene, President Donald Trump told a campaign-style rally that consumer prices are falling tremendously as he sought to allay votes' anxiety about the U.S. cost of living. In a speech at a casino in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, the president told supporters he had no higher priority than making America affordable again. According to reports, gas and egg prices are falling all. Other food remain more expensive, keeping Americans unhappy about the cost of housing, childcare, and healthcare. Democrats have capitalized on Trump's vulnerability on the economy in recent states and city votes, leaving many Republicans uneasy about next year's mid-elections. And to end the news, Swakop Unarium, a subsidy of state-owned China General Nuclear Power Group, has signed a joint venture deal with Namibian waters utility NamWater to construct the country's second desalination plant close to Swakopmund. The new plant, only the second of its type in one of Africa's driest countries, will help bolster water supplies to the country's largest uranium mine, Husab, and support communities in the Erongo region of Namibia close to the Atlantic Ocean. In a statement on Tuesday, the joint venture partners say negotiations had ended successfully and the project implementation phase would now start. The new 20 million cubic meter facility on the cards since 1998 is expected to provide stable and cost-effective water supply of Iranian's Husab mine, as well as neighboring mines and communities. You can follow Business Day on all our social media handles on Instagram and also on X, and subscribe to our YouTube channel and stream us at Business Day Television NJ. And that's the much we have for you on Business Updates. We'll be back in just a moment for more stories. To stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. It's still the news update with you live from Business Day Television Studio right here in Lagos. I am Deborah Eze. The All Progressives Congress APC has produced 1,660 delegates who will elect the party's candidates for the December 13th Osun State governorship primary. The delegates emerged from a ward congress held across the state, with each of the 332 wards electing 5 delegates. Announcing the outcome at the party secretariat, chairman of the APC Gubernatorial Congress Delegates Committee, Shehu Dange, confirmed that the process was peaceful and successful. Dange also urged party members to remain united and continue backing President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda aimed at strengthening democracy and governance in Nigeria. Meanwhile, the APC National Secretariat has declared 2 aspirants for Saturday's primary, former NIWA Managing Director Bola Oyebamji and former lawmaker Mulikat Abiola, while 7 aspirants were disqualified for failing to meet party requirements. And moving on, the People's Democratic Party has criticized Rivers State Governor Similaye Fubara following his defection to the All Progressives Congress, describing his political crisis as self-inflicted. The party said his move reflects a deeper crisis in Nigeria's democracy. Governor Fubara, who announced his defection a day after he met President Bola Tinubu in Abuja, said he and some of his appointees and supporters decided to join the APC because they felt the PDP had failed to protect them politically. The PDP National Publicity Secretary, Ini Emom Obong, said Fubara had voluntarily taken the path that led to his current situation and warned the governor against developing Stockholm syndrome. The party claimed that ruling APC is pushing the country towards a one-party system, urging citizens to oppose a steady erosion of democratic space. And the Osun State Governor, Ademola Adeleke, has defected from the People's Democratic Party to the Accord Party, announcing the party as its platform ahead of the 2026 governorship election. The governor made the announcement on Tuesday at the banquet hall of the Government House in Osogbo in the presence of national and state leaders of the Accord Party, formally confirming a switch of political allegiance. In a statement issued by spokesperson Olawale Rashid Adeleke, said he joined the party on November 6th after weeks of consultations with opinion leaders across Osun State, noting that the party's welfareism ideology aligns with his administration focus on good governance. He explained that his decision to leave the PDP was due to what he described as unresolved leadership crisis at the party's national level, adding that he submitted his resignation letter on November 4th, 2025, before publicly announcing his exit on December 1st. The senator representing Ondo Central Senatorial District, Adeniyi Adegbomire, has expressed confidence that President Bola Tinubu will win the 2027 presidential election, insisting that there is no strong opposition to challenge his re-election bid. Adegbomire made the declaration at an empowerment program he organized in Akure, where he said members of the national and state assemblies from Ondo State are working together to secure victory for the president in the next general election. The senator said Nigerians should be focusing on the president's second-term plans rather than his chances of winning in 2027, adding that the opposition lacks structure and leadership. The lawmaker said the empowerment program, which benefited about 900 constituents, was organized to give back to the people while also supporting the president's re-election. The African Action Congress, AAC, has condemned the attack by gunmen on residents of Naufia community in Injikoka local government area and a church in Lilu, Hiliala, local government area of Anambra State, describing the incident as unacceptable and calling for urgent government action. In a press statement, the Anambra State Publicity Secretary of the party, Anyanwu Chinedu, urged the state government and security agencies to take decisive steps to protect residents and arrest those responsible for worsening the security situation across the state. Chinedu said insecurity in Anambra has assumed alarming proportions, especially in rural and urban communities such as Iseke, Umunze, Obunka, Nanka, and Oka, adding that residents now live in constant fear. Meanwhile, the Anambra State Police Command confirmed that 4 persons were killed in Nwafia attack, which occurred near Afo Market Junction, with PRO Superintendent of Police Tochukwu Ikenga attributing the incident to a rival court clash. And the Kaduna State Governor, Uba Sani, has intensified efforts to revive abandoned and stalled road projects across the state as the Kaduna State Roads Agency inspected major road corridors within the Kaduna metropolis. The inspection team, led by Cadra's Managing Director, Abdullahi Hamad, visited several project sites, including the Nasarawa Flour Mill Road, Rabba Road, Rigasa Train Station, Dual Carriageway, Aliyu Makama Road, and the Kabbalah Costain Dual Carriageway. Ahmad said the projects, which were abandoned in 2022 at between 20 and 30% completion, stalled due to unpaid contractor fees, unresolved compensation claims, and the relocation of public utilities. He explained that the governor has since cleared outstanding liabilities, adding that the Nasarawa Flour Mill Road has now reached 65% completion, while asphalt laying is ongoing at the Kabbalah, Costain, and Aliyu Makama Link Road to boost economic activities in the state. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, has said insecurity in Nigeria is not as heinous as it's being portrayed, insisting that the federal government is making steady progress in tackling the situation. Fagbemi made this statement after a closed-door meeting with a delegation from the United States, explaining that the visit was to enable the government present its position on terrorism and security issues and allow the U.S. lawmakers assess the situation firsthand. According to him, his ministry is responsible for prosecuting terrorism-related suspects and has strictly adhered to due process, disclosing that between 2017 and 2025, the government secured 806.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now. Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Welcome back. This is still the news update. Now we head to the African scene where police and soldiers deployed in force in Tanzania's commercial capital, Dar es Salaam, on Tuesday to try to prevent protests called for by activists to denounce the violent suppression of demonstration around election in October. The government said any protest on Tuesday, the anniversary of mainland Tanzania's independence from Britain in 1961, will amount to a coup attempt and urge people to stay at home. Presidential and parliamentary election on October 29 triggered the worst political violence in Tanzania's post-independence history, while the UN has estimated that hundreds were killed. The police and army were patrolling major streets in Dar es Salaam and checking the identification of anyone seeking to move around. And also, the South African rand edged up in early trade on Wednesday ahead of the release of domestic retail sales data and a U.S. Federal Reserve policy meeting later in the day. And according to reports, the rand traded at 17.0225 against the dollar, up roughly 0.2% on Tuesday's close. The Statistics South Africa will publish October retail sales data, shedding light on the consumer spending patterns in Africa's biggest economy. An index sponsored by First National Bank showed on Tuesday that South Africa's consumer confidence improved in the fourth quarter to hit its highest reading for 2025, held by consumers' appetite to spend into the holiday season. We now head to the foreign scene, where President Volodymyr Zelensky has revealed that Ukraine is ready for elections after U.S. President Donald Trump repeated claims Kyiv was using war to avoid holding them. Zelensky's... We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we have more of the news. Stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. a wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well, a robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrilla prioritises user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrilla.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to the foreign scene where President Volodymyr Zelensky has revealed that Ukraine is ready for elections after US President Donald Trump repeated claims Kyiv was using war to avoid holding them. Zelensky's 5-year term as president was due to end in May 2024, but elections have been suspended in Ukraine since martial law was declared after Russian invasion. Speaking to reporters following Trump's comment in a wide-ranging political interview, Zelensky said he would ask for a proposal to be drawn up which could change the law. The president said elections could be held in the next 60 to 90 days if security for the votes was guaranteed with the help of the US and other allies. Still on the foreign scene, the US has asked Thailand and Cambodia to cease hostilities immediately as border clashes extended for a third day, killing at least 10 people and displacing hundreds of thousands. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the two nations must follow de-escalatory measures outlined in a peace accord brokered by US President Donald Trump in October. Trump has also said that he would make a phone call to stop the fighting, which is the most serious escalation since clashes in July killed dozens of people. Both countries have blamed each other for reigniting the fighting, which has seen airstrikes and exchanges for artillery fire. The death toll over 3 days of hostilities stand at 10 to 7 from Cambodia and 3 from Thailand. Thai officials said they evacuated more than 400,000 people, while Phnom Penh said 100,000 on the Cambodian side have been moved to shelters. And on the entertainment scene, Nena Kalu has won this year's Turner Prize, the UK's most high-profile art award for her bold and compelling sculptures and drawings, and has made history as the first artist with a learning disability to win. The judges praised Kalu's brightly colored sculptures, which are are facadely wrapped in layers of ribbon, string, card, and shiny VHS tape, and are drawings of swirling tornado-like shapes. According to reports, Kalu is an autistic, learning disabled artist with limited verbal communication. Chariot, who has worked with her for 25 years, said on stage at the ceremony that this is a major for a lot of people, noting that the award is a great achievement for Kalu, who have worked so hard. And away from that, entertainment lawyer and actress Fulu Storms has issued straightforward advice to creatives navigating investor relationships. Document every conversation, hire lawyers early, and recognize that creative talent alone doesn't exempt anyone from understanding business fundamentals. Speaking at Neck Live 2025 while discussing her role in the upcoming film Aluma, Fulu Storms addressed the critical questions of protecting creative vision when investors enter negotiations. Storms identified the dangerous pattern among enthusiastic creators, including launching into conversations and action without written agreement, failing to clearly clarify ownership, revenue split, or payment timelines. She warned that the pattern really exposes them as someone passionate about creating in very dangerous ways. And now to sports. Chelsea's hope of finishing top 8 in the UEFA Champions League suffered a major blow after a 2-1 defeat to Atalanta on Tuesday night. The Serie A side have now lost only once at home this season, while Enzo Maraca's team remain winless away in Europe, recording 2 defeats and 1 draw, as the Blues are also without a victory in their last 4 matches in the competitions. Both teams entered the contest with identical league phase records, including 3 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, sitting level on 10 points. Chelsea opened the scoring in the first half when Del Pedro turned in Reece James' cross, but Atlanta stayed dangerous throughout with former Charlton and Everton forward Ademola Lookman troubling the Blues' backline. And to end the news, human rights group Fair Square has accused FIFA President Gianni Infantino of breaching ethic rules in Donald Trump's FIFA Peace Prize award. Fair Square on Monday filed a formal complaint to FIFA's Ethics Committee, alleging that Infantino violated his duty of political neutrality by openly supporting U.S. President Donald Trump. Infantino recently awarded Trump the inaugural FIFA Peace Prize during the 2026 World Cup draw in Washington, D.C., and has since made multiple public remarks and social media posts praising the 79-year-old leader. In its complaint filed on Monday, Fair Square criticized FIFA's governance structure as absurd and accused the organization of acting against the interests of global football community. And don't forget to follow Business Day Television on all our social media handles displaying on your screen, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel. And that concludes it on the news updates this hour. Many thanks for staying with us. I am Deborah Eze.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable. Here we discuss issues around our country and even beyond, and of course, break them down to your understanding, and also try to profile solutions that we think can be of help to our country, to Africa, and even the world at large. Today we'll be looking at two key issues, two contemporary issues. Well, number one is the recent coup attempt in Benin Republic, just Nigerian neighbor here. I mean, if you drive through the Lagos-Badagry Expressway and you get to Badagry, of course, you're going to cross to Benin Republic. So Benin Republic is just a neighbor to Nigeria, and to some extent, whatever happens in that country could have some ripple effects here in Nigeria. And so we're going to look at that issue and see how what's the coup, if they had succeeded, how it would have impacted Nigeria. And of course, we're also going to look at the release of 100 students that were adopted in a school in Niger State by bandits or terrorists, as we call them in Nigeria. Some call them terrorists, some call them bandits, and what have you. And so those are the two key issues we are going to look at today. If we have time, we might just touch on some other thing, but basically we're going to discuss those two issues today. And as usual, I have in the studio very, very honorable man, the editor of BusinessDay on Sunday, Mr. Zebulon Agomwa, and of course Mr. Chuka Roko, who is the assistant editor here also at BusinessDay.
Thank you.
Yeah, gentlemen, you are welcome. And on Sunday, very early on Sunday morning, Africa, woke up to news of a coup in Benin Republic. And like I said, Benin is just a Nigerian neighbor here, but that couldn't succeed. Eventually, the minister of, one of the ministers in that country later announced that they were able to regain power, and of course that the mutineers did not succeed in removing the president. That's the president Talon, president. Trying to remember his first name now. Okay, so of course that he remains president as we speak. Of course, because the coup failed. But again, so you are beginning to wonder what's the attraction, for coup in part of Africa, particularly West Africa. We've seen that military takeover in Mali. We've seen military takeover in Niger. We've seen military takeover in Madagascar. We've seen military takeover in Guinea-Bissau and what have you. And then there was a they nearly succeeded in Benin. Thank God for the intervention of ECOWAS, and of course Nigeria played a big role as the big brother of Africa, sometimes we like to call ourselves. And so you are beginning to really wonder what the attraction is. And that's the question I will pose to you, Zeb. What is making coup attractive, to countries in Africa? Why are the soldiers, stepping out of their barracks? They want to take over government in Africa, particularly, like I said, in West Africa.
Thank you so much. And, I can say that, increasingly, Africa is witnessing, we call it misgovernance, low level of governance, and even in some places, absence of government. And people are increasingly becoming impatient with bad leaders who think only about themselves, their families, and their cronies. So you discover that increasingly countries in West Africa in particular are continuing to question the manner of operation of their leaders and the influence of the West in their economy and all that, And with the social media, the discussions going on social media, people are becoming more aware of the environment and also what is going on in other clients. And they begin to ask questions and say, why is it so in our own country? We have resources here, yet there is high level of poverty. There are some countries that are not as much endowed as some others in West Africa here, but they are living far better and more quality life than the people in in Africa and in West Africa in particular. So people have started asking a lot of questions. And if you go on the streets of some of these countries, you see that people are disenchanted. People are not happy about the way things are going on. And their government might be humoring themselves that a lot is happening, that they are really governing people. But when you are governing people who are not happy, who are disenchanted, so there's a lot you have to do to please them. And you cannot say these people are good followers, because you look at your back and you discover that you have army of disgruntled citizens. And when you have army of disgruntled citizens, what you get is what we saw on Sunday and what has happened in Mali, in Niger, in Burkina Faso, in Guinea-Bissau, and some other places. So, except there is a change of mind by our leaders, we are going to have more of these things. So I think the key here, the key reason why these things are happening is malgovernance, misgovernance, and an absence of governance in some cases in African countries. So let me stop. This is the opening remark I can give now.
Okay. All right, thanks, Zeb. Chuka, you would have expected, because when we say, like you talk about bad governance, especially by political leaders, is the military an option? Because in each of these countries where we have experienced military takeover, you see that people will go on the street rejoicing. I mean, that's what we've seen in some of these countries. You see citizens trooping to the street and then, just jubilating and, happy that a bad government, has been terminated by the soldiers. But is military an option, really? I mean, because you are wondering, because it will look like going from frying pan into fire, as far as, military government and, civilian government is concerned. I mean, one is milder. I mean, the other one is almost autocratic. So why would anybody, go on the street, jubilating that the military, has taken over, had overthrown a democratically elected government, as it were. And then, so, I mean, isn't this a contradiction?
Okay, thank you so much, Josh, for your question. But I take you up from where you talk about democratically elected government. Where is the democracy? If the people actually elected their own people, because with the moment you enthrone democracy, it means people who are in charge are people like you, unlike the soldiers. Nigeria had a very long military rule, and at least none of us was a child during that time. So we saw how difficult it was actually living under a military rule. And that's why in 1999, the democratic government was welcomed with a lot of enthusiasm. The people were happy. I remember sitting back in my parlor that day with my family. Everybody was happy watching Olusegun Obasanjo,
being sworn in as a president.
And I think the very interesting thing that happened that day was that the person who handed over to him as a military head of state, that was Abu
Abubakar.
He said it was his ADC. So there was that kind of, it was just a fanfare and everybody was happy. But over the years, I'm talking about Nigeria now, over the years we have seen democracy degenerate into what nobody can even call, because democracy is supposed to be about the people. And what is happening in Nigeria is not different from what is happening in other countries of Africa, especially West Africa. And Nigeria is supposed to be a model, but it's no longer one. And if there was a coup attempt which government denied in this country, it means it can happen anywhere. So military government is not an option really, but what can anybody do? You find that the democracy we have enthroned as a form of government is not providing governance. Just as my colleague said, it's either you call it misgovernance or total absence of governance in all areas. So why people jubilate when there is a military takeover of government is that, well, what is it going to change? What has changed? What are we losing? Is it not better that all of us were just, because when there's a military government, everybody come to the same level. Whether you were a former president or former governor or anything, military people don't categorize you as a former VIP or any, so everybody remain the same. And you find that if you look back in the case of Nigeria, for instance, most of the good things that were done in the country, especially in the area of infrastructure, were provided by military government. With what the present democratic leaders are calling achievement is just they are maintaining, just resurfacing the rules created by military government. So if a military government comes back to give us more infrastructure development, to give us better government, and why wouldn't we clap? So what is happening in West Africa is not surprising to anybody because it is what the people have woken up onto. There's nothing to cheer about a democratic governance. There's nothing. We don't see education is not being sorted. I remember some of my education I went through education during military government era, and they were free education. I enjoyed free education at least all my primary school, all my secondary school. That was when the military government was there. So I don't see why people should not clap, people should not rejoice, people should not go to the street to thank God that, oh, we are free from these people. So much as we do not pray that military government, especially in Nigeria, should come back to lord it over us, people don't see why they should not have the same the same way these people who are not giving us anything. So it is the same thing in what happened in Benin Republic, because even as small as it is, they also have their own form of disenchantment. They are not happy with the government. And that place is not as endowed as what we have in Nigeria here. So people are more disenchanted here than we are in this place.
Okay, Chuka, thank you. But the point should be made. We do not even, pray for military because, like I said, it is not a better option. Usually people say that the worst civilian government is still better than the best. The worst civilian government is still better than the military government. But there's something that is similar in what we've seen. For instance, the reasons cited by the guys who were to take over government in the Benin Republic. I think they call themselves Military Committee for Refoundation. That was what they called themselves, and the guy they announced, Pascal Tigri, right? Yeah, was the one that announced who was going to be the. But there's something they cited, which is in line with what Chuka said, that is actually common to most African countries. Because, for instance, they cited increased taxes, they cited cut in healthcare, they cited constrained political activity. That is not allowing a free no opposition. Those were some of the things. Favoritism. They cited neglect of the fallen soldiers. They cited deterioration in the security and what have you. And so if you check across Africa, these are kind of the thing that you see. Yeah. And so it's actually, I think, meaning that African leaders, actually have to wake up and then actually look into some of this, because it's the same reason that everywhere, the similar thing all across Africa, and that's quite unfortunate. But I'm going to ask you there's something that is if you that's actually also, you know, disturbing, and that's the fact that, you know, they sit tight, you know, citizen, you know, if I might have that word, yeah, citizen, you know, in Africa. If you check some of these African countries, for instance, if you check, you know, Cameroon, if you check, you know, Uganda, if you check, you know, Congo, if you check Ivory Coast, if we have to even you discover, for instance, let even mention, for instance, Paul Biya has been there for 43 years. Paul Biya of Cameroon has been there for 43 years. President Museveni has been there for 39 years of Uganda. Denis Nguzo of Congo has been there for 41 years. If you look at Equatorial Guinea, we have President Teodoro Nguema Mbasugu has been there. Mbasugu has been there for 42 years. And of course, even in Rwanda, we've seen Paul Kagame has been there for like 25 years as president, even before becoming president in the year 2000. He has actually, you know, controlled leadership in that country, even as a military person. So the problem in Africa. So why are we seeing this, you know, citizen in Africa? Why is it African leaders don't want to let go power? And in some cases, it's not as if they're doing fantastic, you know, a job. For instance, let's take, for instance, Cameroon, where the president is 93 years as we speak, and he just secured another term of, is it 7 years? So by the time he will be rounding off, is about 100 years, and he's still holding on to power. So what is the problem? Why is it that African leaders don't want to let go power?
You know, in my opening remark, I said people are too personalistic. People are too acquisitive. People just want their own, their family, and their cronies, their supporters, a few supporters. If you look at in Nigeria today, you discover that those people, the number of the people who are lording it over everybody, they are not up to
1% of
they are
the
not
population.
up to 20 million. Those who are in politics, who are in active politics, who are in charge of political space, they are not up to 20 million.
No, but that's that number you are calling.
No, they are not up to 15 million.
10
They are
million.
not even.
Are they up to 10
They
million?
may be up to 10 million. I'm talking about with their aides everywhere. All the things they may not be up to 15 million. Now you discover that these few people who want to continue in power. Here in Nigeria now, you will see people, they will move some people from local government chairmen. They become governors. From governors, they go to the Senate. From Senate, they were aspiring to
minister. They got appointed as ministers.
Them as ministers, and some of them are vying to be the president. So you discover that all through their life, they want to continue feeding fat on the resources of the country. And now, when they become president, they will now want to amend the constitution, like Talon wanted to do in Benin Republic.
No, he has done it already. I mean, it's just that he has done it for that. Because his tenure is ending April 2026. So he has done it so that.
So I can
in anticipation that after this current tenure ends, he will now contest election again to enjoy the 7-year tenure that he has amended the Electoral Act, which is very, very good.
And he did it for himself.
Now, it was because of this reason that and more that the soldiers said they cannot continue with this. So it's not only Benin Republic, as you have noted, it's all over, including Nigeria. We heard and we have seen how Obasanjo's attempt to go for the 3rd term.
He has denied it.
He denied it, but many people still insist that they have. In fact, there are a lot of evidence to show that
there was such an attempt.
Whether he denied it or not is immaterial. But you can see how insensitive people can be when they get into the power seats. So in Africa, like I want to advise the ECOWAS, it's not about whenever soldiers rise to take over power, they will all come up to say, begin to shout. It's incumbent on the leadership of ECOWAS to begin to advise the presidents under the member countries, those who are in charge of member countries as presidents, to be responsible. You don't win an election for 3 years, 4 years, and now you sit down there, you amend the Electoral Act to favor you so that you will contest again and elongate and continue. When and if Talon gets another term, he will continue to shift the goalposts. He continue to contest until maybe he stays there until death comes. And these are the kind of things that people are seeing and say, no, we cannot allow this thing to happen. And in Nigeria now, we're also noticing the same ills. People on the street are not happy, rightly or wrongly. People believe that they are not getting the benefit of a democratic government in power. So, outside influence, like I mentioned before, the Western influence, you discover that the Western government, France and Germany and all that, even Russia, will come into the countries in Africa and mine the resources. And here in Nigeria, we also hear about people coming into our some of the states with aircraft, cutting away our resources, and nobody is saying anything. And the citizens are not happy about it. So I think ECOWAS has a lot of work to do. It's not about when people rise to take over power from the bad leaders, they begin to shout and say, so what is the benefit of a democratic government that people are dying dying in droves and suffering? Then you are just answering democratic government. So that's why people are saying, if democracy is like this, I think military is better, should be better.
Yeah, but it's not better.
I know that is your own, definition.
That's what the people think.
Terrible option. A terrible option. But when people cannot get something from their father, they begin to call another person daddy. So that is what it means.
Let me just add to what Zebulon has said. You see, these are leaders are very, very diplomatic and mischievously tactical. When they get in there, they find a way to. They know the people who matter.
But sorry, you can just add it at word, because we're talking about sit-tight leaders across Africa, and then that the fact that they also amend the constitution of their countries to allow them stay longer, and in fact, in some cases, they want to be life president. They want to die in government. And so the question we should ask, Chuka, so you can also is that because each country there's parliament, right? The National Assembly, as it were. So, but so why is this so easy for leaders to manipulate the National Assembly, who are supposed to be the representatives of the people? You talk about the case of Obasanjo, alleged attempt by Obasanjo to secure a third term. We saw what the National Assembly. If you ask people like a former Senate President, Ken, he will tell you the role that he played. And so in Nigeria, we saw a situation where the National Assembly rose to the occasion and stop whatever it is that the allegation where Obasanjo has contributed. So why is it so difficult in, for instance, in Cameroon, what Talon has just done in the Benin, and people in the places like Equatorial Guinea, people like Uganda? Why is it so easy for the National Assembly of this country?
Why is it easy for yours in
Nigeria? From here, what I wanted to say and which I'm saying now is that these leaders are very, very tactical when they get into office. They start from day one to plot what they're doing or what we're talking about. And everywhere and anywhere you get a president, they try to make sure that they emasculate the National Assembly. And all these things happen by who? Good We have good relationship with the National Assembly. Both the executive and legislature are relating very well. And what makes it when they relate well, dishing out money to them, giving them what they don't do, which ordinarily they should not get. And by so doing, they get the conscience of this National Assembly in their pockets. So whatever they want to do, the National Assembly will not for any reason say, oh, we are opposed to this. Kenenamani is just an isolated case. I don't think any other person in Nigeria can muster that kind of courage, because he did it at a very great expense to his life and everything about him. But thank God he succeeded. And I don't think any other person, like the present people who are leading the National Assembly, can rise up any day to checkmate anybody. It is the same thing everywhere. And don't forget, another reason is that why these people succeed in sitting tight is that they have docile followership. If not for the military, who once in a while come up to challenge these leaders, these people can stay there forever and die there, and even elect their son to succeed them. Because the followership is very, very docile, understandably so, because people are poor, people need just basic things of life to survive. By the time during election, for instance, it's bad governance until the pre-election year, maybe 1 year to election. These people will start doing things, doing good things, repairing roads, and the very best, sharing things to the poor people. And by the time I get a bag of Gary, for instance, I say, oh, this is the best man to continue. I was in the village not quite long ago, and everybody was, everywhere I went, they say, oh, people should thank Tinubu. Food is very cheap now. If you have 1,000, you can get with 10 cups of rice. It is they attribute it to Tinubu, and not, and that tells you how that is the thing, the mentality of our people. So if by 2026, for instance, the man goes out sharing bags of maybe 1.5 bags of rice to each family, he will get everything he wants. And this is what some of these leaders in Africa have been doing. They work on the gullibility of the masses. They work on the poverty of the country. They take advantage of the poverty that they will just on poverty, and everybody is on their palm. So they don't sit tight because they want to, because the people have allowed it to stay. And that's why when the military, after some time, they feel that we can't take it.
People jump to the street and start
and we have what it takes to, and sometimes it is even civilians who instigate these military people to because they cannot do it. It is when it fails, it becomes a very big problem for them. But if it succeeds, we see civilians who are not military people, but dictating what should happen in a military regime. That tells you the role they might have played. And these people are representing the rest of the people who don't have the voice, who don't have the means to say, oh, we don't like this. Even if Sagaram will succeed in Nigeria, we see a lot of people going to the street, except those who are benefiting from the President Charad.
All right, thank you, Chuka. Zebu, earlier on you talked about the role that ECOWAS and even the African Union should play in them, trying to, but again, these are, sovereign nations. These are sovereign countries, and so I think maybe perhaps there's very little here that ECOWAS as a body, maybe probably, I don't know what you think you suggest. Would there be any need for ECOWAS to perhaps, and even African Union to again come together to say, look, whoever to begin to place sanction against countries that try to manipulate the constitutions of their country, or leaders who try to manipulate the constitution of their countries to extend their tenure beyond what the constitution initially allowed. Although we understand, of course, that from time to time, countries amend their constitution. But perhaps the idea of amending the constitution to favor
everybody,
a sitting president. Maybe, I don't know. What are your thoughts? Should ECOWAS begin to, an African Union begin to do things like that? To say, look, you cannot amend the constitution. We will not have the support of ECOWAS, or you not have the support of African Union if you are seen to manipulating the constitution of your country in order to allow you to sit tight in office like we have seen in some of these African countries.
You see, ECOWAS, there is something called ECOWAS Charter. There's something called AU Charter. All these things are spelled out.
Yeah.
What should be the no-go areas of member countries. But over time, what we have seen is hypocrisy of some leaders of these countries. If, for instance, Burkina Faso is crying that France, just giving an instance, France activities in the country are no longer helping the country to grow, to develop. And they are saying that ECOWAS should come to their rescue and, by protecting them, by ensuring that their sovereignty overrides whatever any outside country will be doing. Now, over time, they don't see that help coming from ECOWAS or from Africa, the union they belong to. So they get disappointed. You and I watch what happened in the recent past. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, they were helpless, so to speak, because they cried out and that their leaders have been compromised by the Western world, by all these things, and that they needed to at least check the dominance of the influence of these outside countries, foreign countries, and that these people
France
come
in particular
and take away their resources and leaving the people poor. But ECOWAS was not helpful, neither AU. These were the reasons why these countries, or some of the reasons why these countries decided to pull out, and why they were begging and asking the organization they belong to help. You discover that some of the leaders there were now playing just dialogues with some of those countries that they were also complaining about, that were suffocating them. So they sat back and said, what are we seeing? What is happening here? For instance, if Nigeria today, if Burkina Faso is complaining about France, about Germany, about Russia, Nigeria is seen
as an ally,
or working with them as an ally. So those people will begin to look at their leader. And Nigeria's position in ECOWAS cannot be pushed away. Nigeria is up to tomorrow seen as the big brother.
Yeah, it is.
And once they begin to suspect that this alliance is becoming too open, and it's too open for comfort. And of course, these people can no longer speak on our behalf. That is the reason why there is high level of distrust in ECOWAS. Yes, ECOWAS should ordinarily whip everybody in line. But what is happening now, and that's why you are seeing these small countries saying, no matter what you have, we have lost confidence, we have lost interest in this organization. It shouldn't be like that. ECOWAS, it's about too late now to bring them back. When these things happen, I think our president was the chairman of ECOWAS at the time Burkina Faso and some of these other countries pull out. There were some geopolitics that should have been applied, some remedies that should have applied, intervention that should have been applied to ensure that they enjoy protection. We speak with the same voice, and this thing wouldn't have escalated up to the point it is now. And it is because of this escalation that makes other countries to be attempting
they were military
to go that way.
Yeah.
And except something is done, and done very fast, we will see a lot.
We could see more. Attempt at military takeover,
because it's as if Africa has lost it. It's as if something is happening somewhere that people don't understand, and people have lost interest in the leadership of either ECOWAS
or the African Union.
Okay, it's all right. As we begin to wrap up, Chuka, just your final word. Zeb said that unless something is done and done fast, that he's afraid we could see more attempts at military takeover in countries in Africa. I mean, we pray that does not happen because, of course, we know very clearly that military dictatorship, is not an option. Like I said before, the worst the worst civilian government is set, like we say, is said to be still better than the military dictatorship. Because we all saw what it was like when we had the likes of Babangida, the likes of Abacha, who were in charge at that time. I mean, at that time, we probably would not be able to sit down as we are sitting down here in the studio to talk freely the way we do. So there's, whether we like it or not, I mean, there's still some element of, freedom of speech, freedom of association under a civilian regime compared to what we could have in the military regime. So he talked about what can be done to stem the tide of military takeover that we have seen in Africa, and even attempts like with that, the attempt we just that was just foiled in Benin Republic on Sunday. So, what would you say would be those urgent measures that African leaders should take, or like also ECOWAS, African Union should take, just to discourage attempt by military to
I think Zebulon said it all, so to speak, because these days there is this general distrust, mutual distrust, not just mutual distrust among member nations. That I don't think we're comfortable with what Nigeria is doing. I don't think we're comfortable with what Cameroon is doing. Everybody just saying, I think it's better we go our separate ways and then mind our business. What ought to happen is that I remember we used to have what was called the ECOMOG before. They have to go back to that kind of thing, where if there's any military takeover, like they will go and crush
just what Nigeria did.
Yes, like what Nigeria did. I was coming to that to say that Nigeria actually has to rise to its name, to its position in West Africa at least. Even if we cannot act at the continental level, at this sub-regional level, Nigeria should play a dominant role, play the big brother role that it needs, because it has all it takes to do that, and it can do it if the political will is there, like what they did, even though Burkina Faso is saying there was an infringement on its airspace, but at least it was able to achieve what.
That's a different ballgame.
What I want to say is that these people, what I'm saying is that Nigeria can actually rise and crush some of these uprisings if it wants to. So Nigeria, that is one thing. There should be a standing force that at least crush some of these uprisings whenever it is seen. Because if these first three countries did and succeeded and are thriving, so to speak, so other countries will say, what are we waiting for? Because there was no challenge from anywhere, unlike this Benin Republic, which maybe because it's very close to Nigeria, Nigeria was able to move in immediately and then swiftly and cross that. I'm sure the government of Nigeria is sitting down somewhere and beating its chest that he had done something. That's the kind of thing he should be doing going forward.
Interesting.
And then these other show a good example also. It's not when you are crushing an uprising in other places, and then back home people are also complaining that we are not comfortable with this kind of government.
Exactly.
Because an attempt on the present government by some dissidents, as I was alleged, tells you that all is not well even at home here, and you cannot go to clean the house of a neighbor when your own house is stinking. So for Nigeria to rise to that occasion, it has to actually live like hopefully as an example to other nations.
Okay, thank you so much, Chuka. I think that's a good place to leave it for Nigeria to be able to play the big brother role in Africa, especially in West Africa. it must lead by example. Keep your house clean and ensure that those things that, you know, those countries, that citizens of those countries are complaining against, you make sure that they don't happen here, so that they won't accuse you the same thing that you are coming here. Yeah, because really, this thing can happen in any country.
Yes,
that's what we can never, you know, this military thing can happen in any country. So in order to ensure that it doesn't happen here or anywhere, I mean, I think the leader should just live up to the expectation of the people. Thank you so very much, gentlemen. This is where we are going to wrap it. I think we didn't have time to discuss the other issue, the release of the 100 students in Niger State. But it's a good thing that we have those students back. But again, there were 303 that were students that were captured, that were taken away, and 12 teachers. So we've
150 were said to have escaped.
Okay, 100 have been rescued now.
Whatever means nobody.
It means about
150
something or thereabout.
No, about 113 or so.
Or thereabout. Okay, yeah. So, but again, we want to see those one also safely rescued. Even though people are asking questions, if you go and rescue 100. And
what happens to the rest?
So why are they being released
by batch by batch?
And again, what happened? The government has not told us whether there was some form of something is
nobody. They were released. Not anything later.
So you just tell them, please
give us these children.
Release the children
for us. I deal with you.
Why didn't they release all of them? So you won't deal with them. You won't deal with them. Anyway, you just want to believe that the remaining ones will be released safely too, and get reunited with their families, and then, well, we just also truly hope, just apart from going to either you man pressure or whether you negotiate, whatever means that you have achieved, that you have used to achieve the release.
To release, look, apply the same for them.
No, not really. We want you to first stop further adoption of students from schools. I mean, I think that's the best way.
That is an appeal to people that will not listen.
Yeah, that's the best way. Not that you allow them to adopt and then you go into negotiation.
You'll be talking about let us do something that will be
economy. So that pressure to stop them.
Saying that banditry is an industry.
Of course, it's an industry.
Yeah, you just said it yesterday that it's an industry, and it's thriving.
One aspect is that people are increasingly becoming fearful in the country now. As the Christmas
is approaching, people are going to move from one corner, one point to another.
For many reasons. Some people are going for burials, some people are going for weddings.
For marriages.
A lot of people are really heartbroken now.
Unfortunately, flight ticket has gone above the reach of the
average
Nigeria. This morning I discussed with a family going for a burial of somebody
during Christmas
in Kaduna. It's as if they were going to
hell. Let me tell you, if you put yourself on the road these days, you will be praying ceaselessly or to arrive where your destination. Because I'm not sure.
Shouldn't operate
and most times, very unfortunate, there are some places where you will meet even policemen, people who appear like policemen.
Yes,
your mind is not down.
Yes.
That, I will assure that, these are policemen.
Yeah.
Because you don't know who is who.
Because they might turn out not.
They turn out
all right. Okay. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for a very vibrant discussion this afternoon. This year we're going to wrap up for today, and then thank you for viewing. Thank you for listening. Until we come again next week, remain blessed. My name is Joshua Bassi, your host, and keep watching Business Day Television. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable. Here we discuss